Chapter 314. Pinliang, depressed Lin Yi drove his old van to school, following Faubert's Bentley from afar. Actually, Faubert's skills were more than enough for him to handle emergencies. There weren't many people who would attack this bulletproof Bentley on the way to school. Lin Yi saw Tang Yun, Kong Xiaobo, and Lu Xinwen getting off the bus when they were almost at school. He didn't think that they would bump into each other in the morning. Lin Yi had heard that Kong Xiaobo and Tang Yun were going the same way, but Kong Xiaobo didn't know Kong Xiaobo before. Now, Kong Xiaobo could officially stand together with Tang Yun, his sister-in-law. Dee. Lin Yi pressed the horn twice. Xiaobo frowned as he turned around to see an old van. What the hell was an old van honking for? Plus, the road was wide, and there was nothing in the way. But, Tang Yun looked at the bun and found it familiar. She looked at the person in the driver's seat, and a smile appeared on her face. That smile made Lin Yi a little dazed, and he almost drove the car over. Fortunately, his reflexes were quick, or it would have been a tragedy. Is that boss? Kong Xiaobo saw that it was Lin Yi who was driving. He ran over with his backpack and jumped in. He called out to Tang Yun and Lu Xinwen, "You guys get in too." Tang Yun was a bit bashful. They were almost at school, why would they need to take a car? Wouldn't it be fine to just walk? Okay. Lu Xinwen replied and pulled Tang Yun into the van. "Boss, is this your car?" Kong Xiaobo looked at the broken van, speechless. This was completely different from the boss Lin he knew. You guessed it right. This is my car. Lin Yi handed the license to Kong Xiaobo. "I just got it yesterday." Kong Xiaobo looked at the license and saw that it was indeed Lin Yi's name. He was speechless. This car really belonged to Lin Yi. Was the Beetle really borrowed? "Boss, is this the car you mentioned yesterday?" Kong Xiaobo handed the license back to Lin Yi. "Yeah, I'm actually really poor, but I have a rich relative. It's already good enough that I can drive this car." Lin Yi smiled. Lin Yi's words touched Kong Xiaobo and Lu Xinwen. Lin Yi didn't seem to be the young master they were talking about. However, it was commendable for him to use all his money to pay for Xiaofen's medical fees. Tang Yun had long noticed that Lin Yi was different from others. She was curious about Lin Yi. Lin Yi didn't look like a young master, but sometimes, Lin Yi was even more arrogant than those young masters. As for this car, Tang Yun was familiar with it. It seemed to be the car that was snatched from Heibao that night and Lin Yi took it for himself. Although Tang Yun didn't approve of this robbery, Heibao was too much. Being punished by Lin Yi with a car was already very light. Of course, Tang Yun didn't know that Heibao was still lying in the hospital's intensive care unit. The bones in his body were all broken. It would take at least half a year for him to recover. Lin Yi parked the car in the food street behind the school and the four entered the school together. The students of the school were already used to these four people who were often together. Even Wang Jifeng, the Dean of Academic Affairs, was not used to them and nodded at them. Dean Wang. Lin Yi suddenly remembered that he was going abroad and wanted to ask for a leave. "Oh. Lin Yi, what's the matter?" Wang Jifeng squeezed a smile on his face. He already had a shadow in his heart. Every time he had an affair with the female teacher, he couldn't help but think about it. Lin Yi knew about it, so when Lin Yi called him, he couldn't help but think about the affair with the female teacher. This was a strange circle, the cycle of cause and effect, repeated over and over again. However, Wang Jifeng was a bit afraid. This kid always did things that made him feel embarrassed. Would he find him for something? "Well, I might have something to do these 2 days. I need to ask for a few days of leave. Is that okay?" Lin Yi asked. "If that's the case, of course it's okay. Go do what you need to do, I'll tell your homeroom teacher," Wang Jifeng heard this and immediately calmed down. Jifeng calmed down after hearing that. It wasn't a big deal at all, and it wasn't the first time Lin Yi skipped class either. After Wang Jifeng left, Kong Xiaobo was a bit curious. Boss, you need to ask for a leave. What do you need to do? You won't miss my second grandpa's birthday this weekend, right? Tang Yun also widened her eyes and stared at Lin Yi. She also wanted to ask, but Kong Xiaobo asked first. Only Lu Xinwen wasn't interested. Whether Lin Yi went to school or not didn't have much to do with her. I was invited to treat a patient. Lin Yi naturally couldn't say that he was going abroad, so he said it with a lie. Treat? You know how to treat patients. Right. You know acupuncture. Lu Xinwen was a bit surprised, but she suddenly remembered what happened with Xiaofan and nodded. I'm just going to help, Lin Yi smiled. That's not bad. Kong Xiaobo gave a thumbs up in admiration. Boss, hurry up and improve your medical skills. It would be great if you can treat Xiaofan. I will work hard. Lin Yi nodded. Kong Xiaobo and Tang Yun knew that Lin Yi had some medical skills, so they didn't find it strange that Lin Yi went to see a patient. Last time, Lin Yi told Tang Yun that he had a way to treat Xiaofan's illness, but he couldn't do it now. So Tang Yun and Kong Xiaobo naturally thought that Lin Yi was talking about his medical skills not being enough. Tang Yun wanted to ask Lin Yi if he could take a look at her father's illness, but she remembered that Lin Yi couldn't do anything for Xiaofan, so she didn't ask. When they entered the class, Meng Yao and Yushu were already sitting on their seats. Lin Yi and Kong Xiaobo walked in, and the two raised their heads to look at Lin Yi before going back to their work. Pin Liang was depressed. He had said that he was going to write a letter of love to Meng Yao yesterday, but it ended because of the bloody mess. No one brought it up today, but Pin Liang felt like everyone was looking at him strangely. It was almost as if they were mocking him. Pin Liang didn't know if it was his imagination playing tricks on him, but he felt a little uneasy. Chapter 315. You're being insincere, HM. Xiaofu paused. You're still writing it? Yeah, I sent out the news yesterday, saying that I'm writing a letter of blood to Meng Yao. There was an accident, but what do you think people will think of me if I don't write it? Won't they think I'm a coward? Pin Liang asked. This. Gao Xiaofu put down his bag and said hesitantly, Liang Ji, to be honest, a man should always keep his word. I feel that whether or not people laugh at this matter and how they view it, it has nothing to do with you. What matters is what Meng Yao thinks. Meng Yao's attitude is the key. That's right. Pin Liang slapped his thigh, suddenly enlightened. Fu, you're the one who woke me up from my daydream. It's true, what other people think has nothing to do with me, it's Meng Yao's attitude that matters. But how do I know what Meng Yao thinks? Does she want me to write her a letter of blood or not? That. Xiaofu wasn't sure. Maybe you can ask her. How am I supposed to ask her? Fu, maybe you can ask Yushu. She's good friends with Meng Yao, you can ask her. Pin Liang suggested. That works too. I'll ask her. Xiaofu nodded and took out his phone, sending Yushu a text. With modern communication tools like phones, there was no need for him to ask her personally anymore. Miss Yushu, may I ask what Miss Meng Yao thinks about Liang Bro's letter of blood yesterday? Xiaofu's text was very politely, he was afraid that Meng Yao would ignore him. It wasn't long before Xiaofu received Yushu's reply. Yao Yao said that Liangxi's hands are only good as a water gun. Forget about the letter of blood. Xiaofu wanted to laugh, but didn't dare. He handed the phone to Pin Liang. Pin Liang didn't quite understand after reading the text. Fu, what do you think she means? Liang Bro, forgive me for being blunt, but I think Meng Yao looks down on you. Xiaofu said carefully. Despise. Pin Liang paused and looked at the message, there was indeed a hint of disdain in it. He panicked. Fu, what should we do? Indeed, it's as if Yushu is laughing at me for not being able to write a blood letter. Brother Liang, why don't you write another blood letter? Prove to them that it's not that you can't do it, that what happened yesterday was just an accident. Gao Xiaofu suggested. That's fine. Pinliang nodded. This was the only way. Xiaofu quickly prepared a new piece of paper for Pinliang. Pinliang held the carving knife in his hand, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. It wasn't that he was afraid of pain, it was just that yesterday's incident had left a lingering fear in his heart. What if he cut his finger and caused it to bleed profusely? Pinliang hesitated. Liang bro, what's wrong? Xiaofu asked, noticing Pinliang's hesitation. Xiaofu, I don't dare to do it anymore. What happened yesterday was too fucking scary. Pinliang's hand was shaking as he held the carving knife. Plus, if he were to cut it today, he'd have to get a new finger. He couldn't keep cutting on the same wound yesterday, wouldn't that hurt? As a result, Pinliang couldn't bring himself to do it. Liang bro, a man should be harder on himself. Do you want me to help you? Xiaofu asked. You'll help me? Pinliang blinked. Sure. Fu, you're such a good friend. If that's the case, I won't hold back. I'll treat you to lunch. Ah. Xiaofu paused as well, a bitter smile on his face. He'd wanted to cut Pinliang's finger with the carving knife, but Pinliang had clearly misunderstood him, thinking that he wanted to cut his finger and write a blood letter for him. What's wrong? Pinliang handed the carving knife to Xiaofu. Is there a problem? No. Nothing. Xiaofu took the knife and gritted his teeth, cutting his index finger. Blood gushed out, but Pinliang's hemorrhage from yesterday didn't happen. Alright, Fu, don't move. I'll use your finger to write a blood letter. With that, Pinliang held Xiaofu's finger and started writing on the paper in front of him. What he didn't know was that this wasn't unseen. Yushu, who wasn't far away, had her phone raised and zoomed in on the camera, just enough to see Pinliang and Xiaofu clearly. Yao, this Pinliang guy isn't much, isn't he? He's using Xiaofu's finger to write a blood letter for you. Isn't that a little too insincere? Yushu said with a giggle. What does that have to do with me? Mengyao said, ignoring Yushu as she continued reading her book. Man, that's boring. Yushu put her phone away, a little disappointed. I wanted to see Pinliang's hand turn into a water gun one more time. Mengyao was speechless. What was there to see? Were you afraid that Pinliang would die too slowly? The first class ended, and Pinliang ran over to Mingyao's desk with the letter written in Xiaofu's blood. He held the letter up with both hands. Yao, please accept my confession of love from the bottom of my heart. Mengyao frowned. She didn't even look at Pinliang, nor did she care about him. Yushu, on the other hand, stood up with a smile and took the letter from Pinliang's hands. Let me check it for you first. Is there anything wrong with it? Okay. Pinliang was overjoyed that Yushu was willing to help. With Yushu, Mingyao's best friend, giving him pointers, wouldn't it be just a matter of time before he got to Mengyao? Ugh. Yushu opened the letter. She didn't want to read it, actually. She didn't have the time to read this guy's crappy letter. But Yushu had an even better idea. What do you think? Pinliang looked at Yushu expectantly, waiting for her pointers. Hey, why didn't you sign it? Who'd know who wrote it if you did that? Yushu's eyes darted around. She'd finally found an entry point. Sign. Pinliang blinked. Isn't this a letter written by me? Do I even need to sign it? Of course, you're not sincere at all. Yushu said with a straight face. You don't even have a sign on your letter, it's not official at all. No wonder you couldn't get Yao Yao after all this time. Yushu curled her lips as she spoke, a look of disdain on her face. Chapter 316. The best partner, you don't have to go back, you can do it here. Yushu said with a half-smile as she looked at the band-aid on Pinliang's hand. Other than the cut on his index finger yesterday, Pinliang had also wrapped a band-aid around his right middle finger to confuse Meng Yao and Yushu. He couldn't let them know that today's blood letter was written with Gao Xiaofu's blood, after all. Ah. Here. Pinliang paused before a bitter smile appeared on his face. The wound on my hand has dried up. I'll have to go back and get a carving knife. Oh. It's fine, I have a carving knife here. I'll lend it to you. With that, Yushu pulled out a carving knife from her bag like magic and handed it to Pinliang. Pinliang sweated. Why was he so unlucky? He had thought that he had escaped death, but he did not expect that he would still have to cut his finger. Yushu was right here, too, and it wouldn't be right if he didn't do it. Pinliang's face was covered in cold sweat. It's not a good idea to do it here, is it? What if the blood spurts out everywhere and scares you guys? I say, Liangyi, you don't get it, do you? Yushu said. How could I let you go back? I still want to see you bleed non-stop. She pretended to be teaching him a lesson. Cut your finger in front of the girl you love and sign your name on the blood letter in front of her. That's the only way to show how much you love her. Is that so? Pinliang was starting to get excited. Then I'll do it now. What are you waiting for? Yushu asked back. Then. All right. Pinliang's face lit up with determination. Meng Yao was amused. This Shu really didn't bat an eyelid when it came to messing with people. Zhong Pinliang was in big trouble because of Shu. But she hated Pinliang, so she didn't try to stop him. However, it was also because of Meng Yao's indifferent attitude that Pinliang thought that she was agreeing to it. Under normal circumstances, Meng Yao would have kicked him out impatiently if she didn't like him. But this time, Meng Yao didn't say anything, which meant that she agreed. This made Pinliang even more determined. He took the carving knife from Yushu, wondering which finger he should cut this time. While Pinliang was hesitating, Yushu sent a message to Lin Yi. Shield bro, Pinliang's cutting his finger again. Please come help. Pinliang gripped the carving knife, gritting his teeth as if he'd made a difficult decision. Abruptly, he cut off his right thumb. He could only cut this finger. It was not convenient to write on the other fingers. Lin Yi looked at the message on his phone and stood up slowly. He walked over to Pinliang, a smile on his face when he saw him cut his finger. It seemed like the kid hadn't learned his lesson from yesterday. Don't block the way. Lin Yi said as he pulled on Pinliang's arm, causing him to stumble. Pinliang was just about to sign his name when Lin Yi's voice came from behind him, startling him. He thought that Lin Yi was going to kick him again, but after the push, Lin Yi strode over without hesitation. Phew. Pinliang breathed out in relief. It seemed like Lin Yi didn't do anything to him because he was in a hurry to go to the washroom. Wah! Yushu pointed at Pinliang's finger excitedly. Liangyi, your finger's bleeding. That's so cool. Do you have superpowers? Is this the legendary six-pulse blade? Pinliang blinked, not understanding what Yushu was talking about. He lowered his head to continue writing, only to realize that the paper was already soaked in blood. His hand, on the other hand. Blood was gushing out like a fountain, just like yesterday. Ah! Pinliang yelped as he tossed the blood letter aside and ran back to his seat. Phew, band-aids, give me a band-aid. Yushu raised two fingers in a V shape as she watched Pinliang run away. She cheered happily. Yay, success. Shield bro and I work well together. Meng Yao didn't know what to say as she looked at her best friend. She was now certain that Pinliang's bleeding yesterday had to have been caused by Lin Yi. Before Lin Yi came over, Pinliang's finger was still bleeding very slowly, but after Lin Yi came over, the blood was gushing out like a fountain. It was obviously Lin Yi's doing, Lin Yi and Yushu. They really were a match made in heaven, the prankster duo. It'd be hard for Pinliang not to be crippled in the future. Mingyao's heart ached a little at the thought of Yushu and Lin Yi being a match made in heaven. She had to admit that Yushu and Yushu were very similar in some ways. Hee, Yao Yao, what do you think? Feels good, right? Let's see if Pinliang dares write that blood letter again. Yushu turned back to look at Pinliang, only to see him trying to wrap a band-aid around his wound. One band-aid wasn't enough to stop the blood anymore. Pinliang had no choice but to wrap it around his finger with cellophane tape. Only this sort of airtight tape could stop the wound. Pinliang found it strange. How did his finger end up like this? It had never happened before. Lin Yi went to the washroom and returned to the classroom. Yushu winked at him and made a victory sign with her hand. Lin Yi smiled. Boss, why did you go out just now? Didn't you see that amazing scene? Kong Xiaobo looked at Lin Yi with a pitiful expression. Oh. What's wrong? Lin Yi asked with a smile as he sat down in his seat. You didn't see it, but Pinliang started spewing blood again. It was spectacular. I've never seen anyone bleed like that before. Kong Xiaobo said. You didn't see it, but it's even worse than yesterday. The blood was shooting out of his hand. Aw. Is that so? Lin Yi said. Of course it was worse than yesterday. He'd only sped up his blood circulation yesterday, but he'd raised his blood pressure today. Lin Yi's phone vibrated again as he spoke. He'd received a text. Great teamwork, the best partner. Yay yay yay. Chapter 317. I don't understand, Kong Xiaobo asked curiously. Boss, whose text is it? It can't be from sis-in-law Tang Yun, right? What Tang Yun? She doesn't even have a phone. Lin Yi glared at Kong Xiaobo. It's the weather report. Oh. Kong Xiaobo remembered that Lin Yi was going to buy a phone with Tang Yun at noon. He was going to buy one for Xiaofan as well. At noon, Lin Yi, Tang Yun, Kong Xiaobo, and Lu Xinwen left the school together. Lin Yi had an old van, so he didn't need to take a taxi anymore. Although the car wasn't good, it was better than nothing. Tang Yun, Kong Xiaobo wants to buy a phone for Xiaofan. It'll be easier to contact her. What about you? Lin Yi asked Tang Yun, who was sitting in the front passenger seat. Kong Xiaobo gave the seat to Tang Yun and sat in the back with Lu Xinwen. Me? I'm not buying it. I don't have much use for it. Tang Yun shook her head. Her family situation didn't allow her to buy a phone. Although it wasn't expensive, she would need to buy a SIM card and a monthly rental fee. It wasn't a small amount, so Tang Yun rejected it. Boss will pay for it. Xiaobo continued. Fan's phone was a gift from my boss, sis-in-law. She'd never accept it if he bought her a phone if you didn't want it, sis-in-law. Please help me. Tang Yun couldn't help but giggle after hearing Kong Xiaobo's words. Begging someone to buy a phone for them. However, Tang Yun remembered that Lin Yi bought her a dress at the night market and asked her for 50 kuai. Thinking about it. It was strange sometimes. Back then, she had hated him to death, but now, she was sitting quietly in his car, sitting beside him. She'd thrown the dress in her closet because she was mad. But she'd probably be able to find it when she got home tonight. Tang Yun couldn't help but smile at the thought. Would she have accepted the dress if he'd given it to her? The answer was no. But now, Lin Yi wanted to buy her a phone, and after some persuasion from Kong Xiaobo, Tang Yun acquiesced. Lin Yi parked the car in front of a mobile phone store, and the four of them got out of the car together. When the salesperson saw that the four of them were wearing school uniforms, he knew that they were students. He immediately recommended a few cheap cell phones. Kong Xiaobo also wanted to buy a cheaper phone. He didn't want Lin Yi to spend money on a smartphone that easily cost a few thousand yuan. What price range do you want to buy? The salesperson asked. Kong Xiaobo wanted to say 200 or 300 yuan, but Lin Yi had to make the decision, so he turned to look at Lin Yi. Lin Yi knew that Kong Xiaobo wanted to buy a cheaper one. According to his plan yesterday, he wanted to buy 200 or 300 yuan, but Lin Yi didn't want to buy one that was too cheap for Tang Yun. If he bought one that was 200 or 300 yuan for Xiaofan, Lin Yi naturally wouldn't buy one that was too expensive for Tang Yun. Differential treatment, and it wouldn't be good if Xiaofan had any ideas. Around 1,000 yuan. Lin Yi thought about it and set a price. Tang Yun wouldn't be able to accept a price that was too expensive, so this price should be about right. Nokia 5233, this phone is very popular among students. It's cheap and has all the functions, but it lacks the GPS function compared to the 5230. But you students won't need that function anyway. The salesperson took out a phone and introduced it to Lin Yi and the others. The price is cheaper than the 5230, only 833 yuan. What do you think? Lin Yi pushed the phone to Tang Yun, asking for her opinion. It's pretty good. But, it's a bit expensive. Tang Yun still couldn't accept the fact that she wanted something from Lin Yi. Although Kong Xiaobo tried to persuade her for a long time, she still felt that she shouldn't buy it. Lin Yi smiled and said to the salesperson, then I'll take 3 of these phones. How about, we buy the 300 yuan one? Tang Yun saw that Lin Yi wanted to buy it, so she hesitated and pointed at the 300 yuan phone. Please. Kong Xiaobo is giving it to Fun, it's too shabby, he can't take it out, right? Lin Yi whispered. Oh. Tang Yun could only nod, but she felt a bit depressed in her heart. She owed Lin Yi more and more. How could she pay him back? From the barbecue recipe, to him helping her and her mother chase away those bullies, to Fun's medical fees, although Kong Xiaobo played a part in it, most of it was because of her face. So Tang Yun couldn't pretend that she didn't know anything, he saved her again. Now he wanted to buy a phone for her. Tang Yun didn't know if her relationship with Lin Yi would become more and more complicated if this continued. Did he really like her? While he was hesitating, Lin Yi had already bought 3 phones and 2 SIM cards. One of them was Fun's birthday, and the other was Tang Yun's birthday. Xinwen was in charge of both of them. Lin Yi swiped the card and distributed the phones. Tang Yun got one, Kong Xiaobo got one, and Lu Xinwen had an older phone, so she didn't need to buy it. Lin Yi used the last one for himself. The expensive phone from before was also broken, so Lin Yi bought a cheap one. No matter how expensive it would be ruined if it was soaked in water. Lin Yi's job was more dangerous, so he chose a cheap phone. If it wasn't for the fact that Yushu's phone was too feminine and Lin Yi didn't want to take it out, Lin Yi would just use it. Tang Yun sighed lightly. She owed him a lot. She owed him a lot already, so a phone wouldn't make much of a difference. But when she got in the car, she whispered to Lin Yi, "Thank you, Ha." Lin Yi smiled and turned his head to look at Tang Yun mischievously. Then how are you going to thank me? Wah. How am I going to thank you? Tang Yun jumped and blushed, remembering what she promised him yesterday at the hospital. Her heart raced. Yesterday at the hospital, you still owe me a kiss. Lin Yi said in a low voice. As expected, he was talking about that. Tang Yun blushed. Wah. What? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't understand. Chapter 318. A moment of brilliance. Lin Yi drove Tang Yun, Kong Xiaobo, and Lu Xinwen to the entrance of the hospital. Then. I'll be leaving. Tang Yun hugged the phone, feeling a bit uneasy. It was the first time she'd received such an expensive gift from someone, and it was from a boy. Tang Yun couldn't calm down for a long time. Yeah, I won't be using my phone for the next few days. Text me if there's anything, I'll check it after I turn it on. Lin Yi said, you can take a taxi with Xiaobo later, let him pay. Ha! And Tang Yun couldn't help but smile as she listened to Lin Yi's words. Her smile was like a blooming flower. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat as he grabbed Tang Yun's hand and pulled her back. What? What are you doing? Tang Yun froze and looked at Kong Xiaobo and Lu Xinwen, who'd already gotten out of the car. She let out a breath of relief when she saw that they weren't looking at her. Aren't you going to say something before we leave? Lin Yi pointed at his face. I'll say it again. Tang Yun couldn't stand Lin Yi's teasing. She struggled out of Lin Yi's hand and ran out of the car. Her heart raced as she let out a long breath. She looked at Lin Yi and pouted before turning around and ignoring him. If it had been anyone else, Tang Yun would have run away crying, but with Lin Yi, all she felt was shyness. Tang Yun, who suddenly realized this, started to feel lost. Was it a good thing for her to fall deeper and deeper in love with Lin Yi? Yun, what's wrong? You don't look well. Lu Xinwen was talking to Kong Xiaobo when she looked up to see Tang Yun's reddened face. It was like she had a heat stroke. It's nothing. Tang Yun quickly shook her head. Let's go. Xinwen shook her head. She didn't know what happened to Tang Yun. She turned around to look at Lin Yi's car, but realized that Lin Yi's car was already far away. She could only bury the question in her heart. Before leaving the country, Lin Yi had to deal with Lu Zhenhu's illness first. While he could extort some money from the man, he could also give Xiumin time to start planning for the medical company. This incident made Lin Yi realize that it was better to be on time than to be on time. He was just thinking about how to get 100 million yuan of startup capital, and in the blink of an eye, the Lu family sent it to him. The efficiency of raising funds was probably unmatched. Lin Yi gave Guan Xiumin a call and told him to call Zhenhu and the others over. He'd be there soon. Alright, Lu Tiany's already waiting here, waiting for your news. He'll have someone bring Elder Lu here. Xiumin said. Have you had lunch? Not yet, but there's no rush, Lin Yi said. Alright then, I'll have Axian prepare some food. Xiumin made the decision for Lin Yi. Alright, Lin Yi didn't argue about these trivial things and drove straight to Xiumin's house. By the time Lin Yi got there, Zhenhu was already there. He was sitting in the living room waiting for Lin Yi. When he saw Lin Yi walk in, Zhenhu stood up with Lu Tiany's help. Miracle doctor, I'll have to trouble you then. Zhenhu's attitude made Lin Yi a little embarrassed. He took so much money from him, and he was still being so respectful to him. But he really needed money right now, so he couldn't be soft-hearted. Plus, he couldn't be blamed for this. They only had themselves to blame for marrying a snobbish daughter-in-law and having a retarded nephew. Elder Lu, you don't have to be so polite. Lin Yi waved his hand. Let's go find an empty room. Alright, Miracle Dr. Lin, about the consultation fee. Lu Tiany wasn't an idiot. Even if Lin Yi didn't ask about the consultation fee, he couldn't not mention it. If he pretended not to know, then he'd be an idiot. Grandpa Guan, do you have a bank account? Transfer it directly. Lin Yi turned to Xiumin. Transfer it to my account. Xiumin paused for a moment, then understood that Lin Yi wanted him to plan for the medical company. He nodded. Alright, transfer it to my account first. Mr. Lu, do you know my account number? I do. Lu Tiany nodded. He'd planned to transfer 2 million to Xiumin as well, so he'd memorized Xiumin's number. Lu Tiany called one of his subordinates and had them transfer the 100 million to Xiumin's account. A moment later, Xiaomin's phone rang with a notification. After confirming that there were no issues, Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that Lu Tianyi was a man of his word. He didn't have to completely cut ties with him in the future. But that wife of his was nothing to be proud of. In an empty room upstairs, Lin Yi had Jinhu lie down and asked Xiaomin for a box of silver needles. He then looked at Jinhu quietly, not in a hurry to insert the needles. He was thinking about something. He'd already checked on Jinhu's condition the first time they met, so he didn't need to check it again. What he needed to do now was think of a treatment plan, the quickest and most effective way to cure Jinhu's angina. Of course, a complete cure wasn't possible, at least not right now. Old Lin's miraculous pills were hidden away like treasures, so he couldn't take them out even if he wanted to. But it was possible to keep the disease from acting up for 10 years, but that was a bit of a scam. Lin Yi sighed. Whatever, he'd keep the disease under control for 10 years first. If Jinhu really did live to 100 years old, then he'd think of something else. With that in mind, Lin Yi quickly inserted needles into Jinhu's body. His speed was so fast that even Xiaomin, the god of acupuncture, was in awe. He did it in one go. 2 minutes later, Lin Yi began inserting needles into each needle. Neguan, Xiamen, Yin Qi, Juk, Shanzhong, inject energy into the needles. Jiao Lao's voice suddenly rang in Lin Yi's ears. Lin Yi was overjoyed. He didn't know what kind of person Jiao Lao was, but with his help, things would be much easier. Lin Yi hurriedly did as he was told. The needle handle that had been injected with energy suddenly began to vibrate with a buzzing sound, as if something was driving it. Even when Lin Yi's hand left the handle, the needles continued to vibrate on Jinhu's body. Chapter 319. A master in disguise, Lu Tianyi, who'd been watching Lin Yi's acupuncture, didn't know much about acupuncture, but he was still shocked by what he was seeing. Seeing the same expression on Guan Xiaomin's face, Lu Tianyi was even more certain that Lin Yi was a master in disguise. In actuality, Lin Yi was just as shocked as Tianyi and Guan Xiaomin were. He didn't think that infusing the art of dragon mastery into the needles would result in something like this. Jiao Lao, what's going on? Lin Yi asked. It's normal. Jiao Lao's voice was still calm. Although you can't use the energy from the art of dragon mastery to treat the patient with your first stage, you can still maintain it like last time. Do as I say, and you should be able to make it through 10 years. What? That's it. Lin Yi was pleasantly surprised. In his original plan, he'd planned to use acupuncture and medicine together. As long as the patient kept taking medicine after the acupuncture, he'd be able to control the angina, but he'd have to do acupuncture once a year. Of course, he'd thought of an excuse beforehand. He'd said that he'd check up once a year, and the Lius would be more than happy to bring Jinhu over for acupuncture. That way, he wouldn't go back on his promise, saying that he'd treat Jinhu for 10 years, not all at once. But now, he didn't have to worry about that anymore, because Jiao Lao's voice sounded. Of course. The pure energy in your body is more than enough to maintain a patient's bodily functions, and that's it. Is that strange? It is. Does that mean other golden class masters can do the same? Lin Yi asked. Didn't I say it before? Only the energy in your body is pure energy. The martial arts they practice produce pure qi, and every martial art has a different type of pure qi. That's why the pure qi produced only works on their own martial arts. If used on others, it'll either be useless, or have the opposite effect. Jiao Lao said with a tone of exasperation. Ha ha. I see. Lin Yi laughed awkwardly. In front of others, Lin Yi could call them idiots, but in front of Jiao Lao, Lin Yi could only laugh dryly. Alright, time to put the needles away. Now, follow the order I say, and insert the needles into Ji and Shu. Jiao Lao named a few more acupoints. Send the energy in. Lin Yi did as he was told, and the needles danced again. Guan Shuimin was amazed, and Lu Tianyi even looked up to Lin Yi as if he was a god. The 100 million was worth it. If he had an argument with Lin Yi because of the 100 million, not only would he have missed out on such a miraculous treatment, but the Lu family would have missed out on a miracle doctor. Phew, Lin Yi let out a long breath. Although he had enough energy in his body, transmitting the energy for a long time still made Lin Yi sweat. After repeating this 3 times, Lin Yi put away the needles, wiped the sweat off his forehead, and said, "Done. Done." It wasn't that Lu Tianyi didn't trust Lin Yi, but it had only been an hour or so. His father's angina had been treated for so many years, and he had visited countless famous doctors to no avail. How could he be cured in a little more than an hour? Although he had seen the magic of Lin Yi's acupuncture, it was still hard for Lu Tianyi to believe that Lin Yi had cured his father's illness in such a short amount of time. But he didn't dare to ask, afraid that he would make Lin Yi unhappy. He could only hold back his questions and look at his father. "Dad, how do you feel?" Lu Tianyi could only ask his father how he felt. "Much better, so comfortable. But my body feels so uncomfortable, I need to take a bath." Lu Zhenhu felt refreshed, but there was a sticky feeling on his body that was very uncomfortable. "Ha!" Lu Tianyi ran over to help his father up, but he was shocked to see a layer of greasy black and yellow dirt on his father's skin. "What? What is this?" Guan Shuimin also walked over after being reminded by Lu Tianyi. When Lin Yi was performing acupuncture, the two of them were afraid that they would affect Lin Yi, so they stood far behind him. When they got closer, their hands were trembling in shock. Bone and marrow cleansing. Guan Shuimin naturally knew about bone and marrow cleansing in ancient medicine, but it had been lost for many years. Bone and marrow cleansing referred to the use of acupuncture or herbs to expel toxins from the body, achieving an effect similar to rebirth. It was inevitable that toxins would be stored in the body when humans ate grains. Although metabolism could expel some of it, there was still some that would be absorbed by the body. As time went on, the toxins would accumulate more and more. Guan Shuimin didn't expect Lin Yi's acupuncture to be so effective. Not only could it cure diseases, but it could also expel toxins from the body. Lin Yi paused when he heard what Guan Shuimin called him, but then Zhao Yazi's voice sounded in his ears. "Lin Yi, your pure energy has a part of the effect of expelling toxins, so even if you didn't do it on purpose, it would still bring about this result. But that Lu Zhenhu will probably live a few more years, and you'll have to perform acupuncture on him in 10 years. Lu Zhenhu." Lin Yi didn't know what to say, but it wasn't all that strange coming from Zhao Lao's mouth. Zhao Lao was an old monster, and although Lin Yi wanted to ask, Zhao Lao kept saying that he was too weak to know too much, so there was nothing Lin Yi could do. But one thing was for sure, Zhao Lao was far older than Lu Zhenhu, which was why he called him kid. Ha! Lin Yi smiled, but didn't explain. It seemed that Lu Zhenhu's 100 million hadn't been spent in vain. Not only did it cure his illness, it also extended his life. Good things like this couldn't be bought with money. But, since Zhenhu was going to live a few more years, Lin Yi had to give him a heads up. "Elder Lu's health isn't good, so I did it for a bit. But I have some bad news for you, Mr. Lu." "Oh? What news? Please tell me, Miracle Dr. Lin." Lu Tianyi was startled. He'd thought that bone and marrow cleansing was a good thing, and the excitement from Guan Shuimin made him think that his father had gotten a great bargain. But then he heard Lin Yi say that there was bad news. Even the usually calm Lu Zhenhu couldn't help but raise his head. Didn't Lin Yi say that he was cured? Why would there be bad news? Could it be that bone and marrow cleansing was harmful to the body? But why did he feel so good? Chapter 320. Let me tell you some bad news. Lin Yi wasn't expecting everyone to be looking at him with such nervous gazes. Did he scare them with his tone? "Mr. Lu, I said I could cure Elder Lu's illness in 10 years, so it's 10 years. That bone and marrow cleansing thing is a complimentary gift. Lin Yi paused. But the bad news is that you'll need to prepare the money 10 years from now. You'll still need to prepare it. Elder Lu can live for more than 10 years after the bone and marrow cleansing. Ah. Lu Tianyi blinked, surprised and overjoyed at the same time. This wasn't bad news at all, it couldn't be any better. How could it be bad news? So what if he had to prepare money after 10 years? As long as his father lived, House Lu would continue to prosper. Lu Tianyi was so moved that he couldn't speak. Miracle Dr. Lin. You're the savior of House Lu. Lin Yi waved his hand. Alright, I'm tired, I need to rest, yes. Miracle Dr. Lin needs to rest, I'll take my father to the bath first. Lu Tianyi didn't want to disturb Lin Yi any longer. He'd wanted to say some more words of gratitude, but held them back. Jinhu couldn't help but be overjoyed at Lin Yi's words. Not only would he live for another 10 years, he'd be able to live a few more years on top of that. This was really good news. Tianyi, you have to prepare a big gift for young Miracle Dr. Lin after this is over. Consultation fee is consultation fee, thank you gift is thank you gift, you can't mix the two together. Jinhu knew how important a miracle doctor was to the family, and naturally he wouldn't let go of any chance to befriend Lin Yi. Jinhu wouldn't look down on Lin Yi anymore. Age didn't determine one's ambitions. Lin Yi might be young, but he was capable. Yes, Dad. I understand. Lu Tianyi quickly nodded and helped his father up. No, I feel like I'm 10 years younger. It's like I've returned to the time when I was in my 70s. My body is very good, and I have strength. Jinhu waved his hand and stood up, pacing a few steps around the room. Not bad at all. Lu Tianyi was even more surprised at this moment. Although he did not doubt the authenticity of Lin Yi's words, it was not as shocking as seeing it with his own eyes. His father, who used to need the help of others to walk and couldn't walk fast, was now walking as if he was flying. Was this still an old man in his 90s? At this moment, Lu Tianyi had also made up his mind to build a good relationship with Lin Yi at all costs. This was a rising star in the medical world, after all. His family had to make the first move and wait for the news to spread. All the noble houses would flock to fawn over Lin Yi, and then the Lus would have nothing to do with it. Lu Tianyi, Jinhu, and Xuemin left the room and closed the door for Lin Yi. Lin Yi was a bit tired, but he silently practiced the first stage of the art of dragon mastery in his mind. The energy he had lost was replenished, and he was back to his energetic self. You brat, how can you be so devious? You can't cure his illness, and you're telling him to prepare the money 10 years later for treatment. And he's still grateful to you. Jiao Yazi's voice rang out. Then what should I say? That I didn't cure him. Lin Yi sweated. He really was a bit devious. But you're not devious enough. You're not as devious as my master uncle. If it were him, he would have asked for another bone and marrow cleansing fee. Jiao Yazi said. Lin Yi fainted. When Lin Yi came downstairs, Guan Axayan had already placed the dishes on the table. Jinhu and Lu Tianyi hadn't left either. Jinhu had clearly just showered, as his hair was still damp. However, he looked energetic as he chatted with Xuemin about something. Jinhu and Lu Tianyi stood up again when Lin Yi came downstairs. Miracle Dr. Lin, you've worked hard. It's nothing. Is it time to eat? Mr. Lu and Elder Lu, would you like to join us? Lin Yi looked at the food on the table. It was enough for a few people, so he invited them. Then I'll gladly accept your invitation. This old man will shamelessly come and freeload. Jinhu wanted the Lius to get closer to Lin Yi as well, so he immediately accepted Lin Yi's invitation. The Lius were now convinced that Lin Yi really was Xuemin's mentor. Although this was Xuemin's house, it wasn't appropriate for them to stay and eat with Lin Yi. Guan Axian brought out the dishes one by one, and then placed the bowls and chopsticks on the table like a little wife. Alright, let's eat together. Yi must be hungry, right? Let's skip the formalities and get straight to the point. Xuemin was worried that Lin Yi would be too tired, so he asked everyone to get straight to the point. Alright. Lin Yi nodded, but noticed Guan Axian standing to the side. Guan Axian, you're here too. Guan Axian looked at Xuemin. In the past, when Xuemin's friends came over, Guan Axian wouldn't join in the fun. After all, she was a junior. Yesterday, it was only Lin Yi, and the two knew each other, so Xuemin wanted to introduce Lin Yi to her. That was why Guan Axian came. But today, Jinhu and Lu Tianyi were here, so it wasn't appropriate for Guan Axian to just sit down. Axian, let's eat together. You can sit next to Yi. Xuemin said with a smile. Okay. Guan Axian nodded, happy as she sat down next to Lin Yi. Lu Tianyi wanted to sit next to Lin Yi to get closer to him, but Guan Axian suddenly sat down. He was a little disappointed, but at the same time, he started to pay more attention to Guan Axian. Guan Axian's shy and happy expression just now was reflected in Lu Tianyi's eyes. Lu Tianyi wasn't an idiot, he could tell Guan Axian's feelings for Lin Yi with just one look. No wonder Lin Yi was so close to House Guan, it was because of this. It seemed that even if he got to know a miracle doctor like Lin Yi, he couldn't cut off his connection with Xuemin. Lu Tianyi made up his mind. Guan Axian put 100% of her effort into cooking today's meal, and it was a world of difference compared to yesterday's. Lin Yi, of course, ate heartily. Guan Axian, on the other hand, ate very little, but she was even happier to see Lin Yi enjoying the food. Lin Yi didn't linger after the meal. He still had to prepare for his trip abroad, and it was about time for him to leave for the airport. His flight was at 4 in the afternoon, and it was already 1. Lu Tianyi and Jinhu were a little disappointed to see Lin Yi leave in a hurry, and so was Guan Axian. Xuemin, on the other hand, didn't mind. He used to look forward to Lin Yi's visits, but now that he had a project with Lin Yi would definitely come more often. Chapter 321. Meeting Wang Xinyan again. Faubert's Bentley was already parked in front of the villa. Lin Yi parked the van in the garden and opened the door for Faubert. Faubert, wait for me. I need to get changed. Okay, just in time to prepare the things you need to bring, Uncle Fu nodded and said. Lin Yi was wearing a school uniform right now. He couldn't just leave the country like that because it would be too eye-catching. The Songshan First School's uniform wasn't very eye-catching in Songshan, but it wasn't available in other cities, let alone overseas. If Lin Yi were to appear in that uniform, he'd definitely be noticed by the local gangs. Lin Yi changed into the casual clothes he'd bought at the night market and put on a pair of sunglasses. He then took out the blade from his shoe and threw it into the drawer. Something like that wouldn't be able to get past airport security. He'd just buy another one and put it in his shoe when he got there. Lin Yi left his phone on the desk and came out without anything else. You're not bringing anything. Faubert looked at Lin Yi's outfit, a little surprised. What's there to bring? I'm just bringing someone back. Lin Yi shook his head. Faubert didn't say anything as he handed a credit card and plane ticket to Lin Yi. This credit card can be overdrawn up to $1 million USD. The password is the same as the one I gave you before. Lin Yi didn't decline and put the card and plane ticket into his pocket. Lin Yi wasn't a stranger to flying, but this was his first time using Lin Yi's identity. He'd had all sorts of random names when he was on missions before. Lin Yi packed lightly and got on the plane in no time at all. Faubert had bought a first-class ticket. With Pingzhan's wealth, a first-class ticket wasn't much at all. Falbert had bought a transfer ticket that required a transfer at Yenjing. However, as soon as Lin Yi boarded the plane, he closed his eyes and prepared to sleep. "Sir, can I go over?" Lin Yi's seat was near the aisle. As soon as he got on the plane, he lowered his head as if he was asleep. However, in fact, Lin Yi didn't sleep. He just closed his eyes. When he heard someone talking, he guessed that it might be the passengers sitting inside, so he stood up. But when he saw the person, he was stunned. It's you." Xinyan looked at the man in the big sunglasses. He looked familiar, but she didn't know who he was. "You're..." Lin Yi was stunned. He then remembered that he was still wearing sunglasses, so he reached out and took them off. "What about this time?" "It's you." Lin Yi. Xinyan looked at Lin Yi, a little surprised. What are you doing here?" But then Xinyan realized that her question was a little stupid. They were on a plane, and Lin Yi naturally had to take the plane to Yenjing. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here. Why you're here is why I'm here." Lin Yi shrugged. "Do you have luggage? I'll help you put it on." "Yeah." Xinyan nodded after a moment of hesitation. She was dragging a suitcase, and it would be a little troublesome for a girl to lift it up. She wanted to wait for the flight attendant to help, but Lin Yi did it for her. Xinyan didn't hesitate. "Thank you. It's no trouble at all." Lin Yi opened the luggage rack with one hand and grabbed Xinyan's suitcase with the other, placing it firmly on top of it. Xinyan's mouth was agape. The suitcase wasn't heavy, but putting it on with one hand showed that Lin Yi had quite the strength. Xinyan sat down, and so did Lin Yi. "Thank you for last time." Xinyan had always wanted to say thank you to Lin Yi. If it weren't for Lin Yi, she would have gotten into a lot of trouble. It's nothing," Lin Yi shook his head. "Plus, didn't you help me on the train last time?" That time." Xinyan smiled at the memory of what happened on the train. "You really scared me that time. I thought you were tricked, but who would have thought that those people were the ones who got the worst of it?" "You're going to Yenjing too?" "Yeah, it's just a transfer." Lin Yi nodded. "Oh. I see." Xinyan was a little disappointed. She'd wanted to treat Lin Yi to a meal to express her gratitude, but Lin Yi had a transfer, so he couldn't leave the airport. The airport was mostly full of fast food, and it wasn't suitable for a formal treat. "What about you? What are you going to Yenjing for?" Lin Yi asked. I'm going to take care of some family matters." Xinyan's face darkened a little. "Oh." Lin Yi saw that Xinyan didn't seem to want to talk about herself, so he didn't press the issue. The two fell into silence. It was obvious that Wang Xinyan was a girl who wasn't good at communicating with people. She was a bit of an introvert, after all. She wouldn't have been listening to her MP3 player when they met on the train. It was also because Xinyan wasn't good with words that Wu Huiru was able to trick her in the business district of the city center. If it had been Yushu or Xinwen, that violent girl, Wu Huiru would have been the one running. Your phone number is. The two spoke at the same time. Xinyan couldn't help but smile at each other. Xinyan blushed a little. "Give me your phone, I'll help you." "I don't have it with me. I'll give you my number, and you can text me." Lin Yi said. "My number is 152x times x times 1234, okay." Xinyan nodded, and took out a small phone. She keyed in Lin Yi's number and texted it over. "You live in Yenjing." The journey was long, and Xinyan didn't like to talk much. Lin Yi had to find a topic himself. "It's my grandpa's house." Xinyan said, a little sad. "My grandpa passed away. I'm going to the funeral." "Aw." Lin Yi blinked, knowing that Xinyan had brought up something sad. "My condolences." But why are you alone? My parents passed away before me. I'm still in school, so I had to apply for leave. Xinyan explained. It's nothing. My grandpa and I aren't that close, and we've only met a few times. It's just that I feel bad. My mom broke off with my family when she married my dad. My grandpa and my grandpa are enemies. Lin Yi was getting a bit of a headache from listening to this family's relationship was complicated enough. No wonder Xinyan didn't look too sad at all. Perhaps her mother hadn't gone back much after breaking up with her family, and her grandfather was her grandfather's enemy. Naturally, he wouldn't be too nice to someone with the surname Wang. Chapter 322. Incorrect information, aw. Xinyan blinked. You're an orphan. You could say that, but I have an old man who loves me dearly. You could call him adoptive father or grandpa. Anyways, his age is a little awkward. Lin Yi scratched his head. I guess I'll just have to call him old man. Aw. Xinyan chuckled at Lin Yi's words. You don't have to comfort me, I'm fine. I'm just feeling a little uncomfortable. My grandpa just passed away, and now my uncles are fighting over the inheritance. Even my grandpa's body was left in the hospital, and my parents were the ones who organized the funeral. Lin Yi was speechless. He didn't know what to say to Xinyan's uncles, letting a daughter they'd broken up with come back to take care of the funeral while they were busy fighting over the inheritance. But it's fine. Our family isn't after anything. My grandpa's family is rich, richer and more powerful than my grandpa's, but my parents have built a place for themselves after all these years. Xinyan had kept these words bottled up in her heart for a long time, and she probably didn't have anyone she could talk to normally. She decided to talk to someone she could get along with, Lin Yi. It's just that. My uncle said that my mom's going back to fight over the inheritance. Lin Yi didn't know what to say as he listened to Xinyan's story. This was family business, after all, and Lin Yi wasn't in a position to butt in. Aw. I'm just whining, just don't bother me. Xinyan shook her head with a bitter smile. It's fine, didn't I tell you? Every family has their own problems, and things like this are hard to deal with. As long as you do your best, it'll be fine. Lin Yi said. Yeah, as long as you do your best, it'll be fine. Xinyan nodded. The two talked for a while, and Xinyan seemed to be getting sleepy as well. She leaned back in her chair, falling asleep after a while. Lin Yi turned down the air conditioner for her before closing his eyes as well. The plane was already descending when Lin Yi woke up. Xinyan was listening to her MP3 player, a few bags of snacks and a glass of juice on the table. Xinyan took her headphones off when she saw that Lin Yi was awake. She handed Lin Yi a bag of snacks from the table. Here, they were distributed on the plane when you were asleep. I got one for you. You can eat it. I don't like these things very much. Lin Yi took a look at it and found it was mostly dehydrated vegetable slices. He didn't like it. Yeah, thanks. Xinyan seemed to like these snacks a lot, and she'd already finished her portion. It didn't take long for the plane to land at Yanjing Airport, and Xinyan went to the domestic arrival point while Lin Yi went to the international transfer lounge. The encounter with Wang Xinyan was just a small interlude, and Lin Yi was on a plane to Blue Town. There was no one he knew on the plane this time, and so Lin Yi closed his eyes and fell asleep. When he opened his eyes, he was already in a foreign land. This was a small town full of exotic atmosphere, but it was not Blue Town. Blue Town was a few kilometers away from here by car. Lin Yi flagged down a taxi after exiting the airport, telling the driver that he was going to Blue Town in English. English was the common language of the world, and it was effective in this exotic European town as well. There were many customers on the way from the airport to Blue Town, and the driver was used to it. Ever since the Blue Water took control of Blue Town, it had become a place of luxury and debauchery, with casinos, red light districts, and drug dealing all over the place. There were a lot of customers visiting Blue Town every day, and the driver thought that Lin Yi was a tourist. You can have some fun there, young man, but don't get too addicted to it. Or else. Sigh. Thanks, I'm just going to take a look. Lin Yi thought that the driver was a good guy, after all. The driver didn't try to convince him otherwise, and started talking about the local culture in Blue Town instead. Lin Yi had a clear Asian face, and he was obviously a tourist. Don't offend the people in blue baseball caps in Blue Town, they're members of the Blue Water gang, and they hang out in casinos and brothels. The Blue Water is the only gang in Blue Town, and they're very powerful. You might not be able to come back if you piss them off. I've heard of that before. Lin Yi nodded. Right, sir, I'd like to ask, where's the Blue Water HQ? HQ? Why are you asking? The driver asked, suddenly alarmed. I'm staying somewhere far away from them. It sounds scary, and I'm traveling alone. I want to avoid trouble. Lin Yi explained with a smile. Oh, I see. The driver let out a breath of relief. The Blue Water HQ is in an old castle on the west side of the town, but the core of the Blue Water isn't there. The castle is too eye-catching, and there's only the Blue Water members there. I see. Lin Yi wondered. Could the information be wrong? According to the information Guangbo had given him, that Blue Castle was the Blue Water's headquarters. But Guangbo hadn't looked into it before, something that even a taxi driver knew. Yeah, one of my cousins is a member of the Blue Water, so he knows a bit more. Their HQ is in an auto repair shop in the North District, and only a few people know about it. But you're a tourist from another city, so it's fine to tell you. Try not to go to the North District. Alright, I won't go then. Lin Yi was moved. Just as he expected. The HQ of the Blue Water wasn't too big of a secret, but it was too far from Songshan, and Guangbo could only find some superficial information. Without actual investigation, there would be no specific search results on the internet. Lin Yi had the driver drop him off in the Blue City, and then took another taxi to the North District, finding a hotel to check into. There were plenty of tourists from the east like Lin Yi, so no one in the hotel paid any attention to Lin Yi. Lin Yi took a quick look at the room before leaving the hotel with his sunglasses on, wandering the streets of the North District. Chapter 323. Chapter 323. First time in the city. Lin Yi walked the streets of the Northern District leisurely. Lin Yi didn't have a destination in mind, so all he needed to do was remember the way back. At an ATM, Lin Yi took out a few €1,000 and put it in his pocket before continuing to stroll around the Northern District. A car repair factory. Lin Yi frowned. He'd never known it before, but now that he'd come out, he realized just how big the Northern District was. There were all sorts of people, with nightclubs, discotheques, and karaoke all over the place. It seemed like the closer he got to the Blue Water's HQ, the more businesses there were. Lin Yi didn't believe that these were just legal. Lin Yi saw a couple of women flirting with him as he walked past. Of course, Lin Yi didn't know if the sex trade was illegal here, and Lin Yi didn't have the time to look into it either. After a moment of silence, he made a bold decision. He stopped a man with a scar on his face and a blue baseball cap. This guy didn't look like a good person at first glance, especially the obvious gang emblem on top of his head, which could also prove this point. He wasn't one of the higher-ups of the Blue Water, though. What kind of person would walk around alone without a bodyguard? Do you know who I am, kid? Do you want to die? The scarred man wasn't expecting Lin Yi to stop him. He started yelling in the local language. Hey, don't rush, bro. Lin Yi pretended to be cautious as he looked around. I'm from out of town, and I heard that the Blue Water gang has some cheap cars for sale. I'd like to buy one to play with. Do you have any connections, bro? Don't worry, there'll be benefits. Oh. You want to buy a car? The scarred man looked Lin Yi up and down. Lin Yi's skin was obviously foreign, and he didn't look like a spy from the cops either. He didn't say anything else. The Blue Water did have a large number of stolen cars in their hands, and that was one of their main sources of income. They'd buy illegal and stolen cars from other cities, change their engine numbers and license plates, and then sell them to the less well-managed areas. As a low-level member of the Blue Water gang, selling stolen cars, drugs, and even bringing customers to the casino would earn them a hefty commission. That was pretty much how they lived. So the scarred man was interested when he heard that Lin Yi wanted to buy a car. What car are you buying? How much is it? Scarface didn't ask Lin Yi what he was buying the car for, since there was no need to ask. It was a rule in the industry, and if people didn't ask about the origin of the car, then there was no need to care about what the car was for. In any case, the money was exchanged, and the goods were exchanged. They did not owe each other anything, and after that, they did not know each other. Anything is fine, as long as it's a little cheaper. Lin Yi naturally wouldn't put on airs and buy a high-priced stolen car. Anyway, this kind of thing could be thrown away after it was used. Even if Lin Yi used Falbert's credit card, Lin Yi didn't want to cause trouble. Who knew if this guy in front of him was the kind of person who was greedy for money? What if he saw his extravagant spending and had evil thoughts? Lin Yi wasn't afraid of him, but Lin Yi's main goal was to bring Xie Jinbiao back to the country. He didn't plan on getting into any conflict with the Blue Water gang. Whether they were good or bad had nothing to do with Lin Yi. Scarface wasn't disappointed by Lin Yi's words. After all, most of the luxury cars were smuggled to other countries, and the ones left for sale weren't anything good. It was good enough for someone like him to get a deal like this in a month, so he didn't mind. They're cheap, ranging from a few €100 to a few $1,000 are fine too. Take me there. Lin Yi said. Follow me. Scarface nodded and led Lin Yi through the northern district. Lin Yi followed behind him at a leisurely pace, arriving at the entrance of a car repair shop after 10 or so minutes of walking. A smile formed on Lin Yi's lips. It seemed that he'd made the right bet. The Blue Water's stolen cars were indeed stored in the factory. This repair shop was probably the Blue Water's headquarters. York, who's this guy? A Blue Water member with a blue hat standing guard at the door recognized Scarface, but not Lin Yi. Here to buy a car. York greeted him with a smile and swaggered into the shop with Lin Yi. Evidently, they didn't think that Lin Yi would be able to cause much of a ruckus in Blue Water territory by himself. They didn't even bother with a body search before letting him in. Lin Yi shook his head inwardly. The Blue Water's management was a little too lax. In actuality, the Blue Water was the overlord of Blue City. The Blue Water members could wipe out anyone who tried to cause trouble in any part of the city, let alone the headquarters. York brought Lin Yi to a big yard at the back of the repair factory. There were close to 100 cars parked there, some models Lin Yi had seen before, and some he hadn't seen before. They all looked like they'd been there for a long time. They're all here. Pick one you like and give it a try, it's fine. York's attitude was quite nice. He'd get a high commission if this deal went through, and he'd have a month's worth of pocket money. This one. Lin Yi pointed at a nondescript old Santana. This one. I'll give you a discount. How about €500? York gave a price after a glance at the car Lin Yi was talking about. That's a little expensive, but I'm buying it with sincerity. Lin Yi shook his head. It's not expensive, it's a reasonable price. This is a car from 10 years ago, and it's still very good. York said. 400. Lin Yi took a look at the model and condition of the car. It was probably from the 90s, and this car was probably as old as he was. 10 years. Maybe 18 years, a little higher, 450. York asked. In actuality, Lin Yi wasn't cutting the price too harshly. It was more or less a normal price, and he did look sincere. 400 it is. This car is more than 10 years old, and I'm just buying it for a ride. Who knows, I might throw it away in a few days. Lin Yi said. Alright, 400 it is then. York nodded readily. Cash in one hand, and the goods in the other. Chapter 324. A cool girl, nope, remember my number. Call me if anyone tries to stop you. York paused before taking off his hat and handing it to Lin Yi. Here, you wear my hat, and the cops in this city won't give us any trouble. Alright, thank you. Lin Yi put the hat on. I'll just say I'm Boss York's lackey if anyone gives me any trouble, alright? Of course. York was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling when Lin Yi called him boss. Just say it. I, York, have a bit of a reputation in this little blue city. Lin Yi nodded, counting out 400 euros and handing it to York. Lin Yi only had a few thousand euros in his pocket, so York wasn't too greedy. He let Lin Yi get in his car after taking the money. The keys were in the car, so there was no need to worry about it being stolen in the garage. Lin Yi drove out of the garage. Lin Yi's things were a lot easier now that he had the hat, and York thought he'd taken advantage of him. The car hadn't gone far when they saw a pretty girl trying to flag down a car. She waved when she saw Lin Yi's car coming over. Naturally, Lin Yi wasn't really interested in hitchhiking. There were at least 80 pretty girls who'd hit on him in the north, and no one knew what they did for a living. Lin Yi, however, was paying attention to the girl because she was an Asian. It was a strange feeling to see an Asian girl in a foreign country. The girl had a pair of sunglasses on her cool face, and a black outfit that was quite eye-catching. Lin Yi, however, felt a sense of familiarity, even though the sunglasses covered most of her face. Lin Yi wouldn't have stopped the car if it weren't for the fact that she looked familiar. What's up? Lin Yi was wearing a blue baseball cap and a pair of oversized sunglasses. His outfit was probably similar to this cool chick's, and it was hard to tell his true appearance from the outside. Handsome, can I hitch a ride? The cool chick squeezed out a smile on her cool face. Hitchhike. I don't even know where I'm going. How am I supposed to drive you? As Lin Yi spoke, he sized up the young girl. She looked very familiar, giving Lin Yi a feeling of déjà vu, but he couldn't remember where. He'd seen too many people these years, and it was normal for him to feel a sense of familiarity from time to time. That's great. Since you don't know where to go, just send me to Canhee Hotel. The cool girl opened the door of the front passenger seat and got in the car. Ha! Lin Yi smiled. I don't know where the Canhee Hotel is. HM. The girl paused. Aren't you from the Blue Water Gang? How come you don't know where it is? I just joined. Is there a problem? Lin Yi shrugged. Oh. It's nothing. You drive, I'll show you the way. The girl's voice was a little disappointed, but still cold. Lin Yi started the car, and it started moving slowly. Lin Yi looked at the girl out of the corner of his eye. A tourist from out of town. But Lin Yi didn't think it was possible. How could a tourist from out of town be so bold as to stop a hitchhike on the street? How dare he hitchhike, especially after knowing he was a member of the Blue Water Gang? Wasn't she afraid of death? With that in mind, Lin Yi started to get curious about the girl's identity. Had he seen her before? If he could take off her sunglasses, he might be able to remember. Self-guided tour. The girl's answer surprised Lin Yi. Self-guided tour. Self-guided tour. You know about the Blue Water Gang? Lin Yi retorted. The girl was obviously lying. Of course I'm interested, I admire the strong. The cool chick tried her best to make her smile more charming and moving, but the forced smile on her cool face was almost the same as a sneer. Lin Yi was speechless. There was no way to lie like that, was there? But he still found it funny. Admire the strong. So you're here waiting for a hitchhike in front of the Blue Water Gang. Yeah, didn't I meet you? The cool chick smiled. Can you tell me about your gang? I want to know. Sorry, I just joined. Sorry to disappoint you. Lin Yi was getting more and more curious about the girl. She didn't even know how to lie, so what did she do? Then you should know who the leader of your gang is, right? Is it Charlton? I heard it's him. The girl asked. Probably. Lin Yi had done some research on the Blue Water Gang, and that seemed to be the leader's name. Then do you know where he is? The girl ignored Lin Yi's probably. Is he in this repair shop? Or Blue Castle? In the repair factory. Lin Yi answered offhandedly. This was the information he'd gotten from the taxi driver. I see. Then do you guys see him? Which building does he usually work in? The cool girl continued to ask curiously. That I don't know. Lin Yi wasn't really a member of the Blue Water Gang, so how would he know that much? Why don't you know anything? The girl was a little angry. Then can you take me to him? Why do you want to see him? Lin Yi felt that this girl was a little strange, but the question made Lin Yi frown. There was a black SUV following him from afar. He'd been too focused on talking to the girl, and didn't even know where the hotel was. He'd been driving aimlessly, and the car was still following them from afar. He wouldn't believe it if someone told him that he wasn't following them. The Blue Water Gang. Lin Yi frowned as he thought back to his previous actions. There wasn't anything suspicious about it, and he hadn't even revealed his intentions. He didn't even have a lot of cash on him, so why would someone from the Blue Water be following him? What made Lin Yi curious was that the SUV had followed him from behind, and not from the Blue Water's repair shop. Lin Yi had looked behind him when he left the shop to make sure no one was following him. Could it be someone who was following the girl? With that thought, Lin Yi felt that it was possible. It was probably after the cool girl was picked up that the MPV behind them caught up. Chapter 325. 10 years later, I worship him. The cool girl wanted to act coquettishly, but there was no coquettish expression on her cool little face. Needless to say, it was very strange. Worship him. Lin Yi curled his lips. But I'm sorry, I really don't know him. But you don't look like you worship him, do you? You're a girl, and you're saying you worship the leader of the Blue Water Gang. Do you think you can believe that? The girl's expression froze, but it didn't show on her face. Of course. What else do you think? Nothing. Lin Yi humphed. That Mitsubishi SUV behind us has been following us for a long time. Do you know it? Mitsubishi SUV. The cool chick was slightly taken aback. She turned her head to look behind her, but when she turned back, there was an angry expression on her face. It disappeared in a flash, and she returned to normal. I don't know him. You don't know it? All right, we'll lose it then. Lin Yi sped up abruptly, and the old Santana roared as it shot out like a wild horse, pulling a good distance away from the Mitsubishi SUV. Lin Yi then turned to the smaller roads, turning left and right, making sure that the SUV wasn't able to catch up to him yet. After a few turns, he'd left the SUV in the dust. The cool girl watched in shock as Lin Yi changed gears and sped up, controlling the car skillfully. Shock flashed across her face. How's your driving skills so good? You have a lot of questions. You've been asking this and that ever since you got in the car. What are you trying to do? Lin Yi didn't have the patience to waste any more time with the girl. He'd wanted to give her a ride since she was an Asian, but he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. Asking random questions meant that she wasn't just here for a vacation, and there was a car tailing them. He didn't want to interact with a girl like that for long. "Who are you? You're not a member of the Blue Water Gang." The girl finally realized that something was wrong. She thought that Lin Yi was a member of the Blue Water Gang based on his attire and the fact that he'd driven from the HQ. But now it seemed that Lin Yi didn't know the road at all, and was just driving randomly. He'd managed to shake off the SUV, but that was only because of his driving skills. The reason why the girl felt that something was wrong was because Lin Yi had driven into a dead end. There was a landfill in front of them, and there was no other way to go. There were dilapidated houses on both sides of the road, obviously uninhabited. This place was probably the city's garbage dump. Lin Yi might have been panicking, but as a Blue Water Gang member who was familiar with the roads, there was no way he'd drive into a dead end like this. Plus, this road wasn't a dead end right away. There were a few more crossroads, but Lin Yi didn't turn and drove straight ahead, evidently not knowing that there was no road ahead. Connecting the dots between Lin Yi's claim that he didn't know the Canhee Hotel, the girl finally felt that something was wrong. "Nope," Lin Yi admitted honestly. "I was just going to buy a car, they gave me the hat." The girl was speechless. She frowned, feeling a little depressed and saddened. Was she really a flower in a greenhouse, unable to stand up for herself? She'd gotten hurt the first time she went on a mission, and it hadn't been easy for her to recover. The second time she went on a mission, her family sent someone to follow her from afar. But that wasn't all. The worst part was that she'd misjudged the situation and gotten into the car of someone who wasn't a member of the Blue Water Gang, and even talked so much with him. He was starting to suspect that his mission wasn't going to be a smooth one. The girl's hand shook at the thought, and a sharp dagger appeared in her hand. She swung it lightly, aiming for Lin Yi's chest. Slap! Lin Yi grabbed the girl's hand. "You!" The girl hadn't expected him to grab her hand. She wasn't experienced in society, but her skills were top-notch. Otherwise, her family wouldn't have sent her out on a mission alone. She was confident in her skills. She'd made her move when Lin Yi was defenseless, and if she wasn't mistaken, Lin Yi was trying to figure out how to turn the car around. But Lin Yi had caught her hand while she was distracted. The girl's heart skipped a beat. She wanted to pull her hand back, but found that Lin Yi's hand was like a crab's clamp, holding her hand in place. "You! Let go of me!" The girl didn't just stand there. She clenched her other hand into a fist and punched at Lin Yi's face. Lin Yi frowned and dodged to the side. "Didn't you go read up on Mr. Donggua's story after you got back? Looks like I told you for nothing last time, you didn't listen to me." The girl froze, forgetting about her attack on Lin Yi. A look of disbelief appeared on her face. You're the one who molested me last time. I'm your savior." Lin Yi corrected. "I saved your life, and you tried to kill me. That's a classic case of biting the hand that feeds you. Today, I was kind enough to give you a ride, and I even answered a bunch of your questions for free, and you tried to kill me again." A wronged look appeared on Chi-Chi's face. "I was afraid that you'd ruin my plans, that's why I wanted to kill you. And last time, if you hadn't touched my body, why would I have killed you?" Lin Yi had been observing the girl on the way, trying to remember where he'd seen her before. He just couldn't be sure. But when the girl struck at the end, Lin Yi remembered. This girl was the assassin he'd seen in front of the pharmacy back in Songshan, the one who'd lost a lot of blood. "You what?" Lin Yi frowned. "I'll count to 3 and get out of the car. Don't ever show up in front of me again, you little bitch, or I won't go easy on you." Lin Yi had to admit that Chi-Chi was very pretty, but having a girl who wanted to kill him every day beside him wasn't something Lin Yi wanted. He'd always be able to sense her before she made a move, and the jade could warn him in advance. Young Chi-Chi felt wronged as she looked at Lin Yi's fierce face. Fine, I'll get out, I'll get out. Revenge is a dish best served cold. I can't beat you now, but I'll come for you in 10 years. Chapter 326. Chapter 326. Sorry. Chi-Chi glared at Lin Yi before getting out of the car. Lin Yi stepped on the gas and the car sped away, and Chi-Chi realized that she was standing in front of the junkyard. There wasn't a single person here, nor were there any taxis. How was she supposed to get back? Chi-Chi wanted to cry as she yelled at Lin Yi's car. Lin Yi, I hate you. Just you wait. Lin Yi's car answered with a puff of black smoke. Chi-Chi helplessly took out her phone and dialed a number. Grandpa Tombstone. Did you follow me? No. Just admit it. I'm at the junkyard, I'm lost, come get me. Alright, I'll be waiting. Lin Yi was driving out of the alleyway when the Mitsubishi SUV drove past him. Lin Yi frowned. It seemed that this car had something to do with the girl. After asking around for directions, Lin Yi got back to the hotel he was staying at. It was pretty easy to find the way. Lin Yi planned to make his move at night, so he didn't have much to do during the day. He parked the car in the hotel's parking lot, putting the blue baseball cap York gave him on the driver's seat to prevent car thieves or unnecessary trouble before entering the hotel. Lin Yi did this because he'd seen a lot of cars like this on the road. It must be some sort of secret signal for the Blue Water Gang. Putting a blue baseball cap in the car would keep thieves away. Lin Yi went back to his hotel room and took a nap. He was going to make his move at night, forcefully taking Xie Jinbiao out and back to China. At the same time, Chi-Chi was sitting next to an old man in one of the rooms of Canhee Hotel, a little troubled. Her cool face was red with anger. Grandpa Tombstone, that Lin Yi is a bastard. I'm going to kill him. How dare he leave me in the junkyard? You said that person's name is Lin Yi. Mu Bei paused at the name. Yeah. What, you've heard of this name before, Grandpa Tombstone? Chi-Chi asked curiously. Nothing. Tombstone shook his head. Let's not go for tonight's operation. I'll talk to the patriarch and cancel it. No, I must kill that Charlandon. Chi-Chi shook her head stubbornly. I have to prove to my father that I'm a qualified assassin. All right then, Miss Yang, please be careful. Tombstone said helplessly. However, I will stay outside the repair factory. If there is any situation, call me at any time. Got it. There was a hint of unwillingness on Chi-Chi's cool face. She didn't want Mubei to follow her, but there was nothing she could do. Grandpa Mubei must have been sent by her mother. That night, Lin Yi made his move. Lin Yi parked his car not far from the repair factory he'd been to earlier in the day and put on his blue baseball cap, striding into the factory. The Blue Water member guarding the door only raised his head slightly to look at Lin Yi, but didn't stop him. He went back to his video game. The people who came to the repair factory at night were all Blue Water members. Normal people wouldn't come to a place like this at night, so the guard didn't think that Lin Yi would come looking for trouble alone. Lin Yi kept his head down with the blue baseball cap on, so no one noticed him. There were at least 300 people dressed like Lin Yi in the factory, all busy with their own things. Lin Yi wasn't in a rush to find out where Jinbiao was being held. He walked around the factory a couple of times, memorizing the layout of the place. You guys, go check out Mr. Wyhan's casinos. Someone's causing trouble there. Bring him back and have his family and friends prepare $50,000 to pay for his ransom. A coarse voice called out to a few Blue Water members. Yes. After these members received the order, they got into a few cars and sped away. The man who'd been cursing earlier was about to leave when a knife appeared on his neck. Don't scream, or I'll kill you. Lin Yi was actually looking for a Blue Water leader as he walked around the factory. Normal gang members wouldn't be able to find out where Jinbiao was being held. After all, everyone was busy with their own business. Kidnapping Jinbiao to extort money from Guangbo wasn't a big deal. At least, the Blue Water Gang did this sort of thing quite often. Even their leader, Charlton, didn't know about it. Charlton only looked at the final profits of the gang. As for how, that was handled by the mid-level leaders. So, he couldn't just grab a random person to find out where Jinbiao was being held. That was why Lin Yi hadn't made a move yet, choosing a target instead. Lin Yi wanted to hit the target in one go, and not blindly ask a bunch of people. That would only alert the enemy. But finally, Lin Yi ran into the leader who'd ordered his men to capture Jinbiao. Lin Yi was delighted. The person he'd been looking for was finally here. What? What do you want? The leader was just about to cry for help when he heard Lin Yi's voice. The knife on his neck was real and cold, and he couldn't guarantee that the guy behind him wouldn't stab him to death. Where are the people you've captured? Lin Yi asked. Cut the bullshit and answer me. Don't blame me if you lie. Who are you looking for? Tell me the name, and I'll call my men to release them. The leader said carefully. Humph. Lin Yi snorted coldly, cutting the knife into the leader's neck. Blood gushed out. I told you to cut the bullshit and answer me. Are you deaf? Or do you want to die now? I don't mind killing you and asking someone else. Don't, I'll talk. Originally, the leader wanted to play a trick and find out who Lin Yi was looking for. Then, he'd let his men bring the person out as a hostage to force Lin Yi to give in. But obviously, Lin Yi wasn't even interested in talking. On the count of 3, 2. Lin Yi increased the strength of the knife in his hand. In the basement of the building in front. Don't kill me. I've already said. The leader was scared. It's in the building in front. Let me go, 1. Lin Yi said the last number. Sorry, I didn't stop. Chapter 327. Chapter 327. A thief. Lin Yi took off the leader's baseball cap and shoved the body under a car that hadn't been driven in a while. No one would be able to find him for a while, probably only when his body rotted and started to smell. Of course, Lin Yi didn't believe the leader's words completely. Who knew if he had ulterior motives? Lin Yi didn't go to the building the leader was talking about right away. What if it was a trap? Lin Yi wasn't that careless. Lin Yi walked around the building and crouched down quietly at the door like a normal Blue Water member. A Blue Water member walked out after a while, and Lin Yi followed him, putting a knife to his neck after he'd walked for a while. But this time, the member spoke up before Lin Yi could say anything. Bro, don't kill me. I just wanted to sneak in to see if I could get some loot, but I went into the wrong place. I didn't do anything, I didn't steal anything. You can search me if you don't believe me, I really didn't steal anything. Please, let me go. Lin Yi paused, speechless. This guy had snuck in just like him. And from what he said, he seemed to be a thief who wanted to fish in troubled waters. Where did you get that hat? Lin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I stole it. The thief didn't try to hide anything. I saw someone leave it in the car, but the window wasn't closed, so I stole it. I heard this was where the Blue Water made their money, so I came to try my luck. Bro, it's really my first time here. Oh. Then what did you see when you went in? Lin Yi asked. I didn't see anything, really. I won't tell anyone. The thief was on the verge of tears. Tell me the truth. What did you see? Lin Yi asked helplessly. He didn't expect this thief to misunderstand him and think that he wanted him to keep it a secret. Big brother, you're also a sensible person. You know that's where you keep the hostages. Although I saw it, I won't tell anyone. Really, don't worry. I'll keep it to myself. The thief said honestly, I'm not a professional. I won't report you. Lin Yi listened to the thief's words and knew that he misunderstood, but Lin Yi didn't explain. Now that he had confirmed that this building was really a place to hold the hostages, it was fine. No one noticed you after you went in. Don't tell me there aren't any of our people inside. Lin Yi asked. No, there's no one from you inside, except for the hostages behind the iron bars. The thief thought that Lin Yi was just asking a routine question, so he answered truthfully. He didn't have time to think about why Lin Yi was asking these questions. He was already sweating profusely. If I let you go just like that, I'll have to bear the risk if the higher-ups ask. Lin Yi didn't want to kill the thief anymore, it'd be more troublesome to deal with the corpse. He might as well let the thief go. But he had to make sure that he didn't get suspicious if he let the thief go too smoothly. Big brother. The thief took out a stack of money from his pocket. This is my earnings for the day. You can use it to buy some cigarettes, okay, you know your place. Now scram. Lin Yi took the money and stuffed it into his pocket in satisfaction, sheathing the knife. The thief ran off gratefully, not even looking back as he left the place. Thinking about it, he didn't dare to stay any longer and would probably run out of the repair factory. Lin Yi made sure that there weren't any Blue Water members in the building from the thief's mouth, and so he swaggered in. The first floor was a big hall, but there was nothing there. The second floor was sealed off, evidently used as a warehouse. Lin Yi went down to the basement and saw rows upon rows of prison-like cells. Some had people sitting in them, some didn't, but none of them raised their heads to look at Lin Yi as he walked past. All of them looked dejected and dispirited. They were probably hostages that the Blue Water gang had come up with all sorts of excuses, waiting for their families and friends to come with money to redeem them. Still, the Blue Water gang was pretty cocky, running a blackmail business like this in broad daylight. It seemed that the security here had fallen to a certain level. Xie Jinbiao. Lin Yi couldn't be bothered to look for them one by one, so he called out the name. Here, here. One of the men in the cell stood up excitedly, waving at Lin Yi as he walked to the edge of the cell. Lin Yi nodded and quickly walked over. The other hostages were evidently used to this, and didn't even raise their heads. Whoever brought the money would be called out and released, while the others wouldn't be able to get out no matter what. They didn't seem to care about Lin Yi's arrival at all. You're Xie Jinbiao. Lin Yi looked at Jinbiao, noticing that he was very different from the picture Guangbei had given him. In the picture Guangbei had given him, Jinbiao was tall and strong, but this Xie Jinbiao in front of him looked like a sickly person, skinny as a monkey. But upon closer inspection, he could tell that it was the same person. Yes, that's me. Did my dad transfer the money? Jinbiao was a little excited, he'd thought that he was dead for sure, but his father had found a way. Xie Jinbiao roughly knew how much money his family had, but the debt this time was too much. Xie Jinbiao estimated that even if his father borrowed money, he wouldn't be able to borrow so much money, so he was already a little desperate. Lin Yi unlocked the door with a metal wire and let Jinbiao out. Come with me. Jinbiao followed Lin Yi carefully. He was so excited that he didn't even see Lin Yi open the door with the metal wire, thinking that Lin Yi was a real member of the Blue Water gang. Where's my dad? Jinbiao asked again when he saw that Lin Yi wasn't talking. Where's my dad? Can I go now? Put this on, and don't talk nonsense. Follow me. Lin Yi put the baseball cap he'd gotten from the gang leader on Jinbiao's head. Don't ask so many questions if you don't want to die. Chapter 328. Chapter 328. Her again, I'm the one who's bringing you back. Lin Yi knew that if he didn't explain himself, the kid wouldn't follow him. Your old man doesn't have that much money, so stop asking questions if you don't want to die. "Aw, you're my dad's man." Jinbiao blinked in surprise. "Since when did my dad have such a powerful man?" "That's amazing." Lin Yi rolled his eyes. Why was this Jinbiao just as stupid as his old man? He snorted. "I wouldn't even take your old man in as my man." "Aw." Jinbiao finally realized that this person wasn't his father's man, but an expert that his father had hired to save him. Jinbiao's attitude turned respectful. "I'll listen to you, big brother." Lin Yi was amused. This kid was a typical rich second generation. He was so cocky when he thought he was his father's man, but now that he knew he wasn't, he was trying to suck up to him. But Lin Yi couldn't be bothered with him. Bringing him back to the country was the same as completing his mission, and getting his father's shares in exchange would be considered a success. It was a simple mission, not challenging at all. Lin Yi shook his head and walked with Jinbiao to the door of the repair factory. But they hadn't gone far when they heard a commotion. "Catch him. Don't let him get away. Kill him." Bang! Bang! A few gunshots rang out, followed by the screams of a man and a woman. It was obvious that both sides were injured. Lin Yi frowned. Did someone else invade this place besides him? The thief must have left long ago, so it couldn't be the thief they were trying to catch. And the thief couldn't have a gun on him. It was quite a busy night for 3 groups of people to come to this small repair factory. "Ah! Big brother, what do we do? Did they find us? What should we do? They all have guns." Xie Jinbiao also heard the shout and was so scared that he almost fell to the ground. "Shut up. They didn't find us, but someone else." Lin Yi glared at the fool and said unhappily, "Just follow me. Don't talk too much and don't look around." Oh. I know. Xie Jinbiao hurriedly nodded and said, "Big brother, will you protect me? If you keep blabbering like this and expose yourself, I'll run away on my own. You can stay here and die." Lin Yi snorted coldly and continued walking forward, ignoring Xie Jinbiao. Jinbiao still wanted to say something, but he was frightened by Lin Yi's cold words and didn't dare to speak. He carefully followed behind Lin Yi. The more chaotic it got, the better it was for Lin Yi. Everyone was focused on the intruder, and no one paid attention to Lin Yi and Xie Jinbiao, who were obviously Blue Water members. And so, Lin Yi calmly led Jinbiao towards the door. As expected, no one stopped them. Jinbiao's heart was in his throat. He wasn't as calm as Lin Yi, sweating profusely. These were real weapons, killing people without blinking an eye. How could he not be afraid? Lin Yi frowned abruptly. The sounds were getting nearer and nearer, and it seemed that the intruder was running towards them. Lin Yi was speechless. He turned to Jinbiao. "Hurry, they're coming." Oh. Jinbiao nodded and quickened his pace with Lin Yi. Bang! A gunshot rang out, followed by a scream of pain. It was a woman's voice. "The 2 brothers in front, hurry up and stop that chick in front." A loud voice rang out from behind Lin Yi. Lin Yi had no choice but to stop his footsteps. If he didn't turn back now, the people behind him would probably open fire. If he was alone, he was confident that he'd be able to dodge the bullets behind him and escape. But there was a burden beside him. He could leave, but Jinbiao couldn't. Although Lin Yi had threatened him that he'd leave him behind, Lin Yi couldn't just leave him like that. Leaving him here would mean giving up on Guangbu's shares. "Don't talk, follow me," Lin Yi told Jinbiao before turning around to see a figure in black lying not far from him. It was the intruder who'd been shot, but he didn't expect it to be a woman. Lin Yi pretended that he was going to capture the intruder as he walked to the side of the black figure. "Hey, brother, what do you think of this chick?" The leader who chased after them called out to Lin Yi with a lewd look. Lin Yi squatted down, but he was stunned. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. Because the girl on the ground was the cool chick he met during the day. Lin Yi didn't know what to say. This chick repeatedly appeared in front of him and brought trouble to him. She even bit the hand that fed her. To tell the truth, Lin Yi really wanted to leave her here, but she was an Asian after all, and it could be said that they were fated to meet twice in a blue city like this. It was quite a rare encounter. Lin Yi wasn't a person who liked to meddle in other people's business. In fact, Lin Yi was a person who didn't care if it was none of his business. But this chick was someone he knew, and they were from the same sect. If he ignored her and left her here, he was afraid that she would be in danger. Just looking at the gleaming eyes of the pursuers was enough to tell how dangerous this chick was. It's my bad luck to run into you. Lin Yi took a deep breath and snatched the gun from the chick's hand. He aimed at the leader of the pursuers and fired. The bullet went straight in between the eyebrows, and the leader fell to the ground without a doubt. Lin Yi tucked the chick under his armpit with one hand and grabbed Jin Biao by the collar with the other, running towards the factory. In actuality, Lin Yi was just playing with the timing, catching the blue water pursuers off guard and causing them to suffer a loss. Lin Yi had pretended to be a member of the blue water to help the pursuers stop the chick, so the pursuers naturally treated Lin Yi as one of their own. They were no longer nervous. To them, the chick's capture was a foregone conclusion. So when they saw Lin Yi crouch down, the pursuers naturally lowered their guns. There was no point in raising them. It was a subconscious action. Chapter 329. How could Lin Yi endure this? When the leader fell, the people next to him didn't even have the time to react to how this happened and what was going on. He was their brother, but why had he turned on them and killed their leader with one shot? Who could tell them what was going on? While they were still in a daze, not knowing what to do, Lin Yi grabbed the girl under his arm and Jin Biao and ran away. By the time they realized what was going on, Lin Yi was already out of the repair shop and back at the alley where he'd parked his car. He opened the car door and tossed the girl in the back seat, letting Jin Biao sit in the front passenger seat. Jin Biao's legs went limp with fright. He knew that killing and robbing was a common thing in Blue Town, but that was just hearsay, not something he'd personally experienced. But this time, it was a real gunfight right next to him. If it weren't for Lin Yi's quick reflexes, Jin Biao would have been a dead man by now. Get in the car, what are you waiting for? I'm leaving if you don't. Lin Yi was getting impatient when he saw Jin Biao standing by the car door. Bro, my legs are numb. Can you help me? Jin Biao said carefully, looking like he was on the verge of tears. He didn't want to mess with Lin Yi anymore. The guy was a ruthless one. Not only had he killed a blue water leader with one shot, but he'd even managed to escape with an injured girl and himself in the middle of the chaos. Was that something anyone could do? Lin Yi walked over quickly and kicked Jin Biao into the car. He closed the door and went back to the driver's seat, starting up the car and driving away. Not long after Lin Yi left, the Blue Waters caravan moved out. Lin Yi had parked his car in the parking lot of the hotel he was staying at. Young Chi-Chi had woken up by now. She'd been bleeding non-stop after getting shot in the shoulder, but she'd endured the pain and made her way to the door. Unfortunately for her, the bullet had hit her leg once more, and she'd fallen to the ground the moment she'd been shot. She'd lost a lot of blood before, and the fall had knocked her out, but young Chi-Chi's willpower was much stronger than a normal person's. She didn't pass out completely even after losing so much blood. In fact, she was already awake when Lin Yi picked her up, but her emotions were a little complicated. He had saved her once again. She owed him too much. Could he still kill him? And so, Chi-Chi could only pretend that she wasn't awake. Take my room card and go upstairs. Don't let anyone see anything. Lin Yi handed the room card to Jin Biao. I don't care if you die if someone sees through you. All right. Jin Biao didn't want to go upstairs himself, but he knew that there was no point in wasting his time. Lin Yi wouldn't care about him, and he didn't know what that female assassin had to do with Lin Yi. Since Lin Yi wasn't going to say anything, Jin Biao didn't dare pry. He took the room card and started walking towards the hotel, trembling. "Wait, take off your hat." Lin Yi pointed at the blue baseball cap on Jin Biao's head. If he were to put on this hat now, he'd definitely attract the waitress's attention. If the Blue Water really did come here to search, the waitress's mouth might slip, and that'd be bad for them. Yes. Yes. Jin Biao quickly took his hat off, evidently thinking of that as well. He felt a wave of fear. It seemed that he wasn't as cautious as Lin Yi. "Go up yourself, go in through the back door. Try not to let anyone see you," Lin Yi said faintly. The Blue Water wouldn't know that Jin Biao had been rescued at this point. All their attention was on the female assassin and the traitor, but it was better to be safe than sorry. "I understand, I'll be careful." Jin Biao's legs had regained some feeling as well. It was still a little soft, but he didn't dare stay. He was afraid that Lin Yi would really abandon him if he didn't listen to him, and leave him here to die. Lin Yi only turned around after Jin Biao entered the hotel. "You're not dead, are you? Tell me where you're staying if you're not." "Can he hotel?" Chi-Chi's pale face squeezed out a hint of gratitude. "Thank you, no need, just don't kill me next time." Lin Yi didn't care at all for the girl's gratitude. "Can you turn on the reading light in the car? I want to take the bullet out first." Chi-Chi knew that she'd attract unwanted attention if she went back to the hotel like this. She wanted to take the bullet out first, stop the bleeding, and put on some clothes to cover her body. Wouldn't that attract unwanted attention? Lin Yi was starting to curse. "Which master taught you? Why aren't you dead yet, being an assassin?" Chi-Chi's face was a little red as she glared at Lin Yi. "Don't talk about my master like that. This is only my second mission. My mom said that people grow up through failure." "Second time?" Lin Yi was speechless. "So that was your first time in Songshan?" "Yeah." Chi-Chi humphed softly and nodded. "You. How am I supposed to endure this?" Lin Yi was going crazy. "I finally know why you're still alive. It's because you met me twice, or you'd be dead already." He had only carried out 2 missions in total and was injured twice. Was there such a stupid assassin? Was there? Lin Yi was speechless. This girl was too strong. She looked cool, but she was a weakling. "It's not that bad, just a little unlucky." Chi-Chi lowered her head, embarrassed. "I think I'm even more unlucky than you are." Lin Yi smiled bitterly. "I really don't know who let you out on a mission. Your social experience is basically 0. Everyone has a time when they're young. How can they be strong without experience?" Chi-Chi retorted coolly. "All right, I'm unlucky. Where did the bullet hit you? I'll get it for you." Lin Yi didn't dare turn on the reading light, that would attract curious people. "Right shoulder and left calf," Chi-Chi whispered. Chapter 330. Chapter 330, Never See Again, yeah. Chi-Chi nodded. "Undress. What are you thinking about?" Lin Yi glared at the cool girl and barked at her. "Undress. Undress. You need more." Chi-Chi wasn't sure what to say. "Just open the shoulder." Lin Yi frowned. "I've seen what I needed to see last time. I'm not interested in someone who's always trying to kill me." "Who cares?" A trace of annoyance appeared on Chi-Chi's cool face, but she still pulled her collar down, revealing her snow-white shoulder. There was a bloody hole on her shoulder, especially eye-catching. It was the mark of a bullet. "Cut the crap." Lin Yi looked at the girl's shoulder and used his dagger to make a light cut. With a flick, a bullet flew out and landed on the car seat. Lin Yi took out some herbs he made from his pocket and sprinkled it on the girl's wound. Don't wear your clothes, it'll be fine in a bit. Oh. Her wound had miraculously healed under Lin Yi's care, and new flesh had grown out that very night. Chi-Chi trusted Lin Yi's skills very much. Most importantly, it didn't leave any scars. Chi-Chi thought that it was quite miraculous. She was an assassin, and getting injured was a common occurrence. But she was still a girl, she cared about the scars on her skin, and Lin Yi's herbs seemed to be able to remove any scars. He'd prepared this for himself, he'd always bring some with him whenever he went on a mission, but this mission wasn't dangerous at all. He'd thought that he wouldn't need it, but it turned out that he'd be using it on this cool girl. After dealing with the wound on the girl's shoulder, Lin Yi turned to the girl's calves. Chi-Chi had rolled up her pants a long time ago. Lin Yi slashed and flicked, and the bullet flew out. He quickly sprinkled some herbs on it, and the bleeding stopped. Alright, don't do dangerous things like this again, you're not suited to be an assassin. You're really cool, and you look like a little assassin, but assassins aren't always cool, just like me. Lin Yi said seriously to the girl. You. Chi-Chi's eyes went wide. Weren't assassins supposed to be cool? Her mother was always cool at home, cold, and only smiling when she saw her father. Alright, I'll send you back. Kanhee Hotel, right? Lead the way. Lin Yi didn't give Chi-Chi a chance to say anything as he turned to the driver and started the car. Go straight, then turn right. Chi-Chi could only give Lin Yi directions, a troubled look on her face. Was she really not suited to be an assassin? This big liar must be talking nonsense. Yes, he must be afraid that she'd get stronger and come back to kill him. That had to be it. Lin Yi, huh? Just you wait, I'll surpass you sooner or later. You do remember the way, you're qualified to be an assassin. It was rare for Lin Yi to praise the girl, and Chi-Chi was just about to cheer when Lin Yi said, but you're more suited to be a tour guide or a taxi driver. You. Chi-Chi was getting pissed off. Wasn't this guy just saying that she wasn't qualified to be an assassin? Had he never failed a mission before? Hey, what are you doing there tonight? Don't tell me you've never failed a mission before. Chi-Chi asked, unsatisfied. I'm going to bring someone out, you've seen him already. Lin Yi didn't hide anything. As for failure, I'm sorry, but I really want to taste it. Bullshit. Chi-Chi's face flashed with suspicion. Hey, that herb of yours is pretty good, can you give me some? Are you the one who's trying to kill me today? Lin Yi looked at the girl, amused, and teased her. Then I'll buy it with money, alright? How much is it? I'll give you the money. Chi-Chi was getting a little embarrassed by Lin Yi's question. I made it myself, it's priceless. Lin Yi looked at the girl. But, since you have the ring on your finger, I'll give you the remaining half. Lin Yi tossed the half bottle of herbs to the cool girl. Thank you. Chi-Chi was pleased. Lin Yi was right, this was a priceless treasure. Don't think you can get hurt just because you have this potion, you should just stay at home. Being an assassin doesn't suit you. He got out of the car and bought a set of casual clothes from a convenience store next to the hotel, handing it to the cool girl when he got back. Chi-Chi wanted to retaliate at Lin Yi's insults, but Lin Yi had gotten out of the car. She didn't know what Lin Yi was up to, but Lin Yi was already back. Put it on and go up yourself. Lin Yi said. Chi-Chi wanted to argue with Lin Yi, but seeing how thoughtful Lin Yi was, even buying clothes for her, Chi-Chi felt touched. She couldn't speak anymore. I'm going, bye. Chi-Chi got out of the car, feeling that the wound on her leg wasn't hurting anymore. It seemed that Lin Yi's herbs were really effective. It'd be best if we don't see each other again, I won't save you if you die next time, so troublesome. Lin Yi waved his hand helplessly and drove off. Chi-Chi stomped her foot on the ground, pissed off. But stomping her foot pulled at her wound, almost causing her to cry out in pain. She didn't dare stomp her foot again, and carefully made her way back to the hotel. What Chi-Chi was puzzled, where was Grandpa Mubei? Didn't he say he was waiting for her in front of the Blue Water HQ? How come she didn't see him when she came out? Plus, why didn't Grandpa Mubei stop her when Lin Yi brought her into the car? In actuality, Chi-Chi really did accuse Tombstone wrongly. Tombstone had been waiting at the factory's entrance the whole time, and was about to charge in when he saw that something was wrong when Lin Yi grabbed Chi-Chi and ran out first. After making sure that it was Lin Yi who brought the miss away, Mubei returned to the hotel with peace of mind. After all, Lin Yi was the pride and joy of the organization's leader. With him there, Mubei had nothing to worry about. Chapter 331. A calm response. Lin Yi only remembered that he'd given his room card to Jinbiao when he got back to his room, so he knocked on the door. But there was no response from the room, not even the slightest movement. Lin Yi frowned. Xie Jinbiao wasn't back yet. Or was he taken away? Jinbiao. Lin Yi called out. Bro. This time, there was some movement in the room. Then, the door opened, revealing Xie Jinbiao's pale and thin face. The lights in the room weren't even turned on. It was completely dark. Why didn't you turn on the lights? Lin Yi walked in and closed the door behind him. I didn't dare. Someone knocked on the door, I think it was a waiter, but I didn't dare make a sound or turn on the light. I was scared that the Blue Water would find me and kill me. Jinbiao said weakly. Bro, you're strong, you're not afraid of them, but I'm not. I can't fight them, I'd die if I saw them. So for safety's sake, I pretended that there was no one in the room, just air. Lin Yi was speechless. As powerful as the Blue Water were in this city, there was no reason for them to search hotel after hotel, room after room. They wouldn't have anything else to do if they did that. Pack up, we're leaving now. Lin Yi wasn't in the mood to stay any longer now that his business was done. Falbert had booked a ticket for tonight, though he could always change it if he couldn't finish the mission tonight. Falbert booked 2 return tickets, one for Lin Yi and the other under Jinbiao's name. Guangbua, on the other hand, was quite thorough in his preparations. He guessed that his son didn't have his ID on him, so he made a new one for Lin Yi. Jinbiao had already showered, but his clothes were a little dirty. He didn't need to prepare much, so he went downstairs with Lin Yi. Jinbiao got into the car from the back while Lin Yi checked out at the front desk. A couple of Blue Water members barged into the lobby just as they were checking out, barking at the front desk. Have you seen 2 Blue Water members with an injured woman in black? No, no. The waiter was shocked and quickly replied. Lin Yi wasn't afraid of them, however. Lin Yi's hat was pulled down really low back at the repair shop, so they couldn't have seen his face at all. They probably didn't even notice that the girl was an Asian, let alone himself. Lin Yi acted a little scared as he turned to the waiter. Give me the deposit first. I'm leaving. The waitress returned the deposit and ID to Lin Yi, who took them and ran off without a backward glance. The Blue Water members who'd rushed and looked at Lin Yi with disdain. Coward! The other Blue Water members laughed as well. Let's go. Let's go check out the next hotel. Fuck, I don't know who sent an assassin to kill the leader of Charlton. But we're the second leader's men, it's better if he's dead. We can't rest for the next few nights though, we still have to find the killer. The waiter watched in horror as the Blue Water members left before letting out a sigh of relief. Lin Yi, on the other hand, had long since arrived at the parking lot. He got into his car and headed for the airport. Of the 2 blue caps in the car, one was thrown away, while the other was put on Lin Yi's head. Bro. You. Why are you still wearing that hat? Jinbiao jumped in fright. The Blue Water members were looking for him and Lin Yi, wasn't that unnecessary? Shut up. Lin Yi glared at Jin Biao. Sit still if you don't want to die. Jin Biao didn't dare say anything else, but he was still a little puzzled. His bro wasn't a reckless person, so why was he doing this? The car drove towards the exit of the city, but at the exit, someone had set up a roadblock to stop all the cars leaving the city. Only a small number of cars were allowed to pass, while the rest were all parked there. Some were anxiously waiting for something, while others turned around and went back. Lin Yi didn't park his car on the side of the road like the rest, driving straight towards the roadblock. Bro, you're going to charge through the roadblock. There's so many of them, don't do anything stupid. Jin Biao was starting to get a little scared. Lin Yi turned to glare at him coldly, and Jin Biao quickly shut his mouth. Lin Yi hadn't let him speak, but now he'd spoken up. He shouldn't have doubted his bro's abilities, he definitely had a way. Jin Biao comforted himself. Stop the car. Lin Yi's car was about to reach the roadblock when the Blue Water members flashed their flashlights at him, gesturing for him to stop. Lin Yi stopped the car, and the Blue Water members surrounded him. Get out. What are you doing? Don't you know the Blue Water is on lockdown? You're from the Blue Water? Raise your head, how come I don't recognize you? Bro, I'd like to ask, what's going on up ahead? Why is the road on lockdown? Lin Yi asked, carefully. Why are you asking so many questions? I'm asking you, what do you do, and where did you get that hat? The Blue Water member barked at Lin Yi. Bro, I bought this car at the Blue Water's repair shop today, and the hat was a gift from York bro. I bought it from him, he said no one in Blue City would bother me as long as I wore the hat. Lin Yi explained, carefully. Oh. You said you bought the car from us. The Blue Water member nodded, turning to another Blue Water member not too far away. Boss, there's a guy here saying he bought his car from us, that York sold it to him, and that hat was a gift from him too. Then give York a call. Let him go if he's the one, arrest him if he's not. The leader was checking other cars, and didn't have time to waste with the Blue Water members. He waved his hand and left. Wait a bit then. The Blue Water member's attitude was a lot friendlier now. The person in front of him might be a Blue Water customer, after all. Chapter 332. Chapter 332. Return safely. York and Lazi were both members of the Blue Water Mafia, but there were thousands of them in the Mafia. They'd only met each other briefly, that was all. But they all knew of this person's existence. There's something I'd like to confirm with you. There's a guy who said he bought a car from you today, wearing a baseball cap with the Blue Water logo. Do you know him? Lazi asked. Oh. There is indeed such a person, a tourist from the east. I sold him an old Santana. If it's him, there should be no problem. York thought about it and said, why don't you give him the phone? I'll confirm it again. Sure. Lazi thought that it was better to be safe than sorry, so he passed the phone to Lin Yi. You talk to York. York bro, it's me. Lin Yi said with a wide smile. Well, I just bought a car and was about to drive it back, didn't I? But I got stopped at the city gates, I don't know what's going on. Oh, it's you. Alright, no problem. Give the phone to Lazi, I'll talk to him. York was relieved after confirming that it was indeed the guy who'd bought the car. Alright. Lin Yi handed the phone back to Lazi. York bro wants to talk to you. Lazi took the phone and said a few words before nodding to Lin Yi. Alright, you can go now. I'm Lazi, you can look for me if you want a car in the future. Lazi was starting to get business. No problem, Lazi bro. Lin Yi nodded. Look for you to buy a car. Maybe in my next life. He got back in the car, and the driver let him off without a hitch as he sped out of Blue City. Jin Biao, sitting in the passenger seat, was dumbfounded. They'd let him go just like that. There were so many cars around, and they wouldn't let him go. Lin Yi had said a few words, and all he had to do was answer a phone call. Of course, Xie Jinbiao had learned his lesson and didn't dare to ask any random questions. Lin Yi didn't bother explaining. He'd seen the Blue Water members looking for someone in the hotel, and he'd expected to see them at the exit as well. He'd put on the Blue Water hat and come up with an excuse, using York's name to get out of the city. Lin Yi took off his hat and tossed it out after leaving the city. It was no longer useful outside Blue Water territory, and it'd be even more troublesome if someone misunderstood. Arriving at the airport unimpeded, Lin Yi directly left the car in the airport parking lot, not even taking out the key. Let's go. Do you still want to stay here? Lin Yi saw Xie Jinbiao looking at the airport in a trance, and immediately scolded him. And no, bro, I'm just looking at this sad place. Who knows, I might never come back here again. Jinbiao sighed as he followed Lin Yi into the airport. The plane soared into the sky. Along the way, Xie Jinbiao was silent. No one knew what he was thinking, but as they were changing planes in Beijing, Xie Jinbiao carefully asked, "Big brother, how much did my dad give you? All of his assets?" Lin Yi replied faintly. "He'll be left with nothing after you go back." Oh. Jinbiao nodded. He was a bit depressed, but didn't say anything. As far as he was concerned, the price was very reasonable. Lin Yi's skills were worth the price. His entire family's assets didn't even add up to 100 million USD, so he'd gotten the better end of the deal. Otherwise, his father would be in a lot of debt. Jinbiao's attitude surprised Lin Yi. He didn't cry or make a fuss, and he seemed to have accepted the fact. Did this guy learn? In fact, after this thrilling experience, Jinbiao also figured out some things. When he had money, he was a rich kid, but when he had no money, he was nothing. The plane landed safely on the ground, and they were home. Lin Yi didn't feel anything, but Jinbiao was emotional, and his body was trembling with excitement. "Are you addicted to drugs?" Lin Yi glanced at him. "No, I'm just a little excited. I've quit." Jinbiao was a little embarrassed. "Quit?" Lin Yi was stunned. "This kid can quit drugs. I was locked up for 2 months. Who would give me drugs if I had no money?" It was quite uncomfortable at first, but I got over it later. Jinbiao explained with some embarrassment. Lin Yi nodded and didn't say anything. In a situation like Jinbiao's, it was possible for him to quit drugs completely, but he was afraid that he'd be addicted to drugs again in the future. However, this wasn't Lin Yi's responsibility. Lin Yi brought him back, so he fulfilled his promise. At the airport, Faubert's car didn't come to pick them up. Lin Yi didn't tell him the exact time of his return. The ticket could be changed, so the time of his return depended on whether Lin Yi's mission was successful or not. After leaving the airport, Lin Yi flagged down a taxi and got in with Jinbiao. "Go to Qianhua Waterfront District," Lin Yi ordered the taxi driver. "Okay." The taxi driver nodded and started the car. It was a little strange. Lin Yi was wearing ordinary clothes, but the kid in the back looked like he escaped from a refugee camp. His clothes were tattered, and he was skinny like a heavy smoker. These two people are going to Qianhua Waterfront. That's where the rich live. He didn't ask anything, after all, he was the one collecting the fare. Who cared what they were doing there? Jinbiao hadn't been back in China for a few years. His eyes were filled with excitement as he looked at the streets of Songshan. He was even more excited now that he was almost home. Lin Yi paid the fare and got off the car with Jinbiao, walking towards Area F. Guanghua hadn't been to the company for the past 2 days. He'd said that he had a bad cold and was resting at home. This made Gubang, who'd been ready to make things difficult for Pingzhan, very troubled. Why did Xia Guangbo fall sick at this critical moment when the board meeting was about to be held? Gubong went to Guangbo's villa to visit him once, but Guangbo looked really haggard. Gubong didn't suspect that Guangbo was faking it. In actuality, Guangbo didn't have a cold. The reason he looked haggard was because he was worried about his son's safety. He'd seen Lin Yi's skills, but as the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, especially in a foreign country where he wasn't familiar with. It was a difficult thing to bring his son back, no matter how you looked at it. Chapter 333. Chapter 333, Don't Mess with Him, Ding Dong. The doorbell rang, and Guangbo frowned tiredly. Could it be that Jean Gubong couldn't wait any longer and was here again? He'd just been here yesterday. Guangbo didn't want to see Gubong, but he still ordered the housekeeper to open the door for him. She blinked as the door opened, staring at the person in disbelief. "Why, you're the young master?" Wang Ma stared at the skinny Jin Biao, too shocked to speak. Wasn't this a little too frightening? Wang Ma. It's me. Jin Biao was quite emotional as well. Wang Ma had been very young when he'd left, but her hair had turned white in the blink of an eye. Wang Bo had been pretending to be sick on the sofa, thinking that it was Jean Gubong. He jumped up when he heard his son's voice. Son, you're back. Dad. Jin Biao was quite emotional as well. He'd been living a carefree life abroad, but it was only now that he was home that he truly felt the best. All right, you two can catch up later. Where's my shares? Lin Yi would be lying if he said he wasn't touched by the father-son relationship, but Lin Yi didn't feel any pity for them. Jin Biao had been a complete black sheep of the family. It was the father's fault for not teaching his son properly. Guangbo had been so busy making money that he hadn't had the time to discipline his son. He thought that he'd be able to save up a fortune for his son, but in the end, it was all for naught. Guangbo was quite happy that his son was back, but hesitated when he remembered that he'd given all his shares to Lin Yi. He'd be left with nothing after that. It didn't matter if he didn't have any money, but would his son be able to live a poor life? He'd given all his money and shares to Lin Yi because he'd been worried about his son's safety, but now that his son was back, he couldn't help but worry. Many people were like that. Once they had something, they'd want to have it again. They'd always be greedy and unwilling. He really didn't want to give his shares to Lin Yi right now. Mr. Lin, what do you think about this? I'll transfer half of my shares to you unconditionally, and leave the other half to Jin Biao. I promise he won't support Jean Gubong. Guangbo said after some hesitation. Lin Yi frowned. This guy had learned to go back on his word. It was good enough that he didn't ask for all of his assets, but he still wanted to play this game with him. Just as Lin Yi was about to curse, Xie Jinbiao spoke first. Dad, don't talk nonsense. You should give this big brother what you deserve. Don't mess with him, I don't want to die. Jinbiao almost fell to the ground when he heard his father's words. Lin Yi's display of power in the Blue Water HQ was still fresh in his mind. Jinbiao was afraid that Lin Yi would kill him if he wasn't happy. Jinbiao. You. Guangbo was stunned. He had risked his life to keep some shares, but wasn't it for his son? But why didn't her son want it? Dad, just give it to this big brother. It's good enough that I came back alive. Jinbiao had been through life and death, and he truly experienced the terror of death. He didn't want to be targeted by someone even scarier than Lin Yi anymore. All right, I don't need those shares if you don't want them. Guangbo nodded and raised his head to look at Lin Yi. I'm sorry, I was being greedy. I was thinking that you could take my life anytime you wanted, Mr. Lin, but I didn't think that. Never mind, I'll get the documents for you right away. I'll transfer all the shares under my name to you. Guangbo went upstairs and took out the documents he'd prepared beforehand, signing the transfer agreement with Lin Yi. I don't need the villa, you guys can stay here. Lin Yi looked at Jinbiao. Alright, I'm leaving. You guys continue reminiscing. Lin Yi found a public phone after leaving Guangbo's villa and called Pingzhan. Hello. How are you? Guangbo was feeling uneasy, and so was Pingzhan. He hadn't heard from Lin Yi for the past 2 days, and he couldn't even focus on his documents. His phone rang, and he picked it up. It was an unfamiliar number. He didn't want to pick it up at first, but he did after some hesitation. Uncle Chu. I'm Lin Yi. Lin Yi's voice sounded from the other side of the phone. Pingzhan was overjoyed. He'd been thinking about Lin Yi all this time, and the fact that Lin Yi was calling put him at ease. Pingzhan didn't really care if they could save Xie Jinbiao or not, as long as Lin Yi was safe. But the number was from Songshan, and Pingzhan found it odd. Was it a long-distance connection? Lin Yi, where are you? Are you alright? Pingzhan asked. I'm fine, I just came back, and I'm on my way to your company now. Are you there? Lin Yi asked. I'm here, where are you? I'll get Li Fu to pick you up. Pingzhan said, relieved that Lin Yi was already back in Songshan. It's fine, I'll take a taxi. Lin Yi said. Alright, I'll wait for you in my office. Pingzhan didn't insist after listening to Lin Yi. After all, Lin Yi was already back in Songshan, and there was no danger. Lin Yi flagged down a taxi and headed straight to Pingzhan Industries. There wasn't any traffic during the day, and it took less than 10 minutes for Lin Yi to arrive at the gates of Pingzhan Industries. Lin Yi had come to Pingzhan Industries a couple of times already, and the security guard at the gates had quite an impression of Lin Yi after what happened last time. He welcomed Lin Yi with a smile. Lin Yi nodded and went straight to Pingzhan's office. He knocked on the door, and Faubert was standing inside. Mr. Lin, you're here. Mr. Chu is waiting for you inside. Faubert was a little surprised to see Lin Yi. Pingzhan had told him that Lin Yi was back, but Faubert still couldn't believe it. It hadn't even been 2 days, and Lin Yi had already brought Xie Jinbiao back. But where was Xie Jinbiao? Had he failed the mission? But Faubert didn't ask too much since Pingzhan was there. Pingzhan would find out everything in detail. Pingzhan stood up to greet Lin Yi personally, showing how much he valued Lin Yi. I was worried before, but it looks like you're fine. That's great. Aw. Uncle Chu, didn't I say it before? It's just a small matter. Lin Yi shrugged with a smile. Chapter 334. New shareholder, I brought him back, but I've already sent him home. Lin Yi said, that kid is as timid as a mouse and as thin as a stick. Return him to his father as soon as possible. Don't let him die on the road, oh. Pingzhan was overjoyed after hearing Lin Yi's words. You've sent him home already. That's great, I didn't expect it. Lil Yi, you're my lucky star. Ever since you came, all the troubles on my side have been easily resolved. Aw. Uncle Chu, don't let your guard down. Jean Gubang's just a clown at the front desk, the people behind him are the key. Lin Yi reminded. Zihua's just a spokesperson, I know, but they have been plotting against my Pingzhan Industries for a long time. If there wasn't a mole working with them, they wouldn't have succeeded. I almost got tricked by that old geezer Jean Gubang this time, I'll teach him a lesson. Pingzhan nodded, smiling coldly. Naturally, he knew that a tall tree would attract the wind, but if all the shareholders were to stick together, there wouldn't be a chance for outsiders to take advantage of them. Since Uncle Chu knows, I won't say any more. Lin Yi wasn't interested in the company at all. You're too kind, Uncle Chu. I think we shouldn't let Gubang stay in the company after this is over. Make him give up his shares and get the hell out of here. This time, I won't let a tiger grow in my bosom again. Pingzhan sighed. I used to close one eye because of my parents, but now the company has reached a point where it has to be reorganized. Don't worry, Yi. Uncle Chu won't cause you any more trouble. Pingzhan sighed. It's not really trouble. My old man told me to come here to listen to my employer's orders. Lin Yi said with a smile, embarrassed. He'd put a lot of effort into this mission, and he was looking forward to retiring in one go. By the way, what did Guangbo say? He won't be supporting Jean Gubang anymore, will he? Pingzhan asked the question he was most concerned about after the small talk. Of course not. You've given me all the shares. Lin Yi said as he handed Guangbo's shares over to Pingzhan. This is the contract I signed with him, we just need to sign a new one and it'll be under your name. Pingzhan was taken aback. He didn't think that Lin Yi would be able to get his hands on Guangbo's shares. He had heard Lin Yi mention this before, but he didn't take it seriously. Although Xia Guangbo had no desires, the only thing he couldn't let go of was his son. How could he give away all the shares in his hands? As far as Pingzhan was concerned, Guangbo would rather die than leave something for his son. He really gave you the shares? Pingzhan was pleasantly surprised. His original plan was for Guangbo to team up with him against Jean Gubang, but Lin Yi had surprised him even more. He wasn't worried that Guangbo would betray him this time because he had nothing to do with the company anymore, but the shares will be under your name. You deserve them. You got them with your own abilities, how can I take them back? Lin Yi didn't say anything. Pingzhan waved his hand, rejecting Lin Yi's shares. Me? Lin Yi paused. He didn't expect Pingzhan to give him the shares. That's part of your reward, I guess. Ha! Pingzhan smiled. Alright, there's no need to say so much. You should keep this for yourself. But now, I need you to help me with something. What is it? Lin Yi asked. Just tell me what you need, Uncle Chu. Lin Yi didn't think about keeping the shares for himself, after all, Lin Yi knew who was good to him and who wasn't. If it were Lu Tiany's family, Lin Yi might have asked for a commission as well. Pingzhan, however, didn't need to do that. Ah, a shareholder meeting. Pingzhan smiled. Li Fu, go inform the board that we're having a shareholder meeting right away. I want to introduce the company's third largest shareholder to them. Yes, Mr. Chu. Faubert nodded and left. Even the usually calm Faubert couldn't help but want to laugh. He wanted to see what kind of expression Gubang would have when he learned that Guangbo had given all his shares to Lin Yi. Gubang was puzzled. Pingzhan was calling for a shareholder meeting. Was there something wrong with him? For the past few days, Pingzhan had been looking for excuses to reject the meeting, so why was he calling for one today? Could it be that he'd gotten through Guangbo's plan, or was he preparing a new move? Guangbo shouldn't be at work today, right? Why was there a shareholder meeting if the company's third largest shareholder wasn't here? Despite his confusion, Gubang still arrived at the meeting punctually. He had to at least put on a show. There were more people in the shareholder meeting than the board of directors, and some of the smaller shareholders would attend as well. Gubang nodded to the shareholders he was familiar with before taking the seat to Pingzhan's left. This was the seat he'd been sitting in all this time, the symbol of being the company's second largest shareholder. The seat to Pingzhan's right was Guangbo's. Gubang frowned when he realized that there was no one at Guangbo's seat. Could it be that Pingzhan was trying to bypass Guangbo and call the meeting? But if the third largest shareholder wasn't here, he wouldn't be able to hold the meeting. Time passed by, and soon, 10 minutes had passed since Faubert's notice. Gubang's face was dark as he sat in his seat, not moving an inch. He couldn't figure out what Pingzhan was up to. Was he just calling all the shareholders here to cause a scene? Gubang was deep in thought when the meeting room went silent all of a sudden. He raised his head to see Li Fu walking in. This was the prelude to Pingzhan's arrival, and Faubert would always be there first, setting up the documents and setting up the teacups for Pingzhan. It wasn't long before Pingzhan walked in, with a young man by his side. The other shareholders didn't pay much attention to him, assuming that he was Pingzhan's new secretary, but Gubang's eyes narrowed. Lin Yi. How could Gubong not know this person? The man who'd ruined his plans time and time again. Gubong wanted to tear him to pieces. But what surprised Gubong? What was he doing here? Chapter 335. Chapter 335, Shocking news. Pingjan spoke up just as Gubong was wondering what was going on. Alright, everyone quiet, we're calling for a shareholders meeting. Chairman Chu, isn't that against the rules? The third largest shareholder of the company, Mr. Xie Guangbua, isn't here right now. Gubong objected to Pingjan's suggestion. Even if there's something wrong with his body, he should have sent a representative. I suspect that you're purposely avoiding Mr. Xie to call for this meeting. Gubong's words were a little impatient, but since he'd decided to go all out with Pingjan, there was no need for him to hold back anymore. Impatience was better than Pingjan coming up with some dirty tricks. Calm down, Vice Chairman Jean, the reason I'm calling for this meeting is to talk about Mr. Xie Guangbua. Pingjan didn't seem to mind at all as he looked at Gubong and nodded calmly. Gubong felt as if he'd punched into cotton. He thought that Pingjan would try his best to avoid his question, and that he'd be able to find a way to use the fact that Guangbua wasn't at the meeting to stop Pingjan from calling for the meeting. Yet, Pingjan had answered his question so casually, and he'd made it very clear that the purpose of the meeting was Guangbua's matter. Alright, I'd like to hear the details. Gubong could only keep his anger bottled up in his belly, unable to vent it out. He shut his mouth after that, but he'd like to see what Pingjan could come up with. Could Pingjan be saying that Guangbua had given Pingjan full authority to represent him? That didn't seem possible, and Pingjan wouldn't come up with something so childish. Mr. Lin Yi, please take a seat. Pingjan wouldn't call Lin Yi in a formal setting, especially during a shareholders meeting. He'd have to call Lin Yi by his full name, since Lin Yi was a shareholder of the company now. In private, it was fine to call him whatever he wanted, but in front of others, he couldn't let Lin Yi appear here as a junior. Pingjan gestured for Lin Yi to sit down, pointing at Guangbua's usual spot. Lin Yi nodded and was about to sit down when Gubong stopped him. Wait. Kid, don't sit down yet. Gubong objected immediately when he saw that Lin Yi was going to take Guangbua's seat. Chairman Chu, what do you mean by this? Are you saying that this kid can represent Director Xie? But I remember that he is your daughter's bodyguard, right? Gubong's words made the other board members look at Lin Yi, unsure if Gubong was telling the truth. Bodyguard? Pingjan chuckled. Lin Yi is indeed a good friend of my daughter Meng Yao, but it's not wrong to say that he's her bodyguard. Flower protector. Pingjan's explanation made the board members understand what he meant. Pingjan was saying that Lin Yi was his daughter's boyfriend. It wouldn't be wrong to say that he was a bodyguard. A flower protector was a bodyguard. Flower protector. Gubong humphed coldly. Bodyguard or flower protector, I don't care what he does. I'd like to ask Chairman Chu, why is he here at the shareholders meeting? And why is he sitting in Director Xie's seat? Are you trying to tell me that this is Director Xie's idea? Or is someone trying to use his position for personal gain? Are you retarded? I think you've eaten too many retarded pills, just like that idiot Guangbua. Lin Yi didn't wait for Pingjan to speak. You're asking me why I'm sitting here. I'd like to ask you why you're sitting here. Who the hell are you? Director Xie's idea. Does that idiot Guangbua have the right to send me here? Who the hell is he? He's just a little bit stronger than you. I'm a shareholder of the company, one of the 3 biggest shareholders. Why can't I sit here? Gubong was pissed off by Lin Yi's words. Since when was he ever called an idiot? Lin Yi, on the other hand, was insulting him in front of so many people. Gubong was starting to get pissed off. Chairman Chu, I'd like to ask, someone like this is allowed to attend the shareholders meeting. What right does he have to do that? And he dares to insult the shareholders. Security. Where are the security guards? Kick him out. The other shareholders were looking at Lin Yi, confused. Even if he was Peng Zhan's son-in-law, he couldn't be this arrogant, could he? Gubong was the second biggest shareholder, second only to Peng Zhan. Only Peng Zhan and Guangbua had the guts to go against him like this. The other smaller shareholders didn't even have the right to do so. But you're only Peng Zhan's son-in-law, not Peng Zhan. Isn't it a bit too much to insult a shareholder like this? If you dare insult the second biggest shareholder of the company, then wouldn't we, the smaller shareholders, be at your mercy? Peng Zhan spoke up just as everyone was looking at Lin Yi with disdain. Vice Chairman Jean, Mr. Lin Yi is now the new shareholder of the company, the biggest shareholder other than you and me. Peng Zhan's words caused an uproar in the room. Everyone looked at Lin Yi in disbelief. Wasn't the third biggest shareholder Xia Guangbua? How did it become Lin Yi? Gubong paused as he looked at Peng Zhan in disbelief before turning to Lin Yi. How is this possible? This is impossible. Peng Zhan, what are you trying to do? Gubong was going crazy at this point. He didn't believe Peng Zhan's words at all. It was simply too ridiculous. The third biggest shareholder of the company was Xia Guangbua. How could it be Lin Yi? I don't have time for your bullshit. Here's the transfer document, take a look. Lin Yi tossed out a document casually. It was the transfer agreement signed by Guangbua. Gubong grabbed the document and started reading it, glaring at Peng Zhan savagely after he was done. Impossible. I don't believe it, you guys made this up. Why would Xia Guangbua give his shares to you? And for free at that. Is he retarded? Gubong used the word retarded in a fit of rage. You'll know if I'm retarded or not with a phone call. Lin Yi curled his lips as he looked at Gubong as if he was an idiot. Chapter 336. Hope shattered in an instant. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Gubong was still talking to himself as he took out his phone. In actuality, as an old acquaintance of Guangbua's, he knew very well how Guangbua's signature looked and how he stamped it. From the surface, it didn't look like a forgery. Moreover, Peng Zhan wouldn't do something like this. It was pointless. Even if he managed to gain the upper hand in a shareholder meeting, the moment Guangbua appeared, the scheme would fall apart on its own. Peng Zhan, on the other hand, would be labeled as dishonest and deceiving the shareholders. It wasn't worth it at all. As far as Gubong was concerned, however, Guangbua giving his shares to Lin Yi for free was even more impossible. Was Guangbua an idiot? His son was still in the hands of a foreign mafia, and his son owed a huge amount of money to the loan sharks. He'd be dead if he didn't pay it back. Guangbua's only option was to keep his shares in order to cooperate with Gubong, and that was his only way out. Giving his shares to Lin Yi at a time like this wouldn't help him in any way. He dialed Guangbua's phone, only to find it turned off. Gubong didn't mind, however, since Guangbua's phone had been turned off for the past 2 days. Gubong dialed the landline in Guangbua's villa once more. Someone picked up after a while, but it wasn't Guangbua, it was an unfamiliar man's voice. Hello, who are you looking for? I'm looking for Mr. Guangbua. May I know if he's here? Gubong asked. Oh, you're looking for my dad. Hold on, I'll go get him. It was Jin Biao who picked up the phone. Guangbua was very happy today. His son was home, and he was preparing to cook his son's favorite dishes. In actuality, while Guangbua had given all his shares to Lin Yi, he still had some real estate left. There were more than 10 houses in Songshan, along with some antiques and jewelry. He'd be able to sell them all for tens of millions of yuan, and it was more than enough to start a small business. Giving his shares to Lin Yi made him feel more relaxed. His days of starting a business with his son were the happiest days of his life. Wait. Wait, Guangbua is your dad. You. Who are you? Gubong's face was filled with shock. I am his son, Xia Jinbiao. What's wrong? Who are you? Xia Jinbiao thought to himself, is this person an idiot? If I call him Dad, who do you think I am? You. Weren't you captured by a foreign gang? Why are you home? Gubong asked in disbelief. Who are you? How did you know I was captured? Jin Biao frowned. Did you call to make trouble? No. I'm your dad's colleague. Gubong said, feeling that something was amiss. Why were there so many weird things happening today? Xia Guangbuo's son had returned safely, but Xia Guangbuo's shares had fallen into the hands of Lin Yi. My dad is here, you talk to him. Hearing that he was his father's colleague, Xia Jinbiao resisted the urge to scold him. Why was this guy so rude? Now that he was captured, he couldn't come back. After a while, Xia Guangbuo's voice came through the phone. Hello. I'm Xia Guangbuo. Old Xia, I'm old Jean. Gubong forced a smile. Was that your son? He's back. He's back. What's up? Guangbuo's warm voice was no longer there, replaced by a cold, perfunctory tone. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. I'm cooking for my son. Wait, Pingzhan's having a shareholder meeting. Do you know about this? Gubong wasn't about to let Guangbuo hang up. He quickly asked. What does this have to do with me? I've already given my shares to someone else. Guangbuo said impatiently. All right, I'm hanging up if there's nothing else. Bye. Beep beep beep. Gubong's phone rang a couple of times before the screen said, call ended. Gubong was dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. He breathed heavily, not knowing what to do. He'd thought that he was going to become the chairman a few minutes ago, but this phone call was like a bolt from the blue that struck him like a bolt of lightning. It was over, it was all over. Gubong knew that he had no chance of becoming the chairman now. What a joke, the first and third shareholders of the company were family now. What the hell was he supposed to do? I'm afraid that those small shareholders who previously sided with me will no longer side with me if they see the situation now. It was obvious that Pingzhan and Lin Yi's side would be the strongest in the shareholder meetings in the future. There was no way he could win against them. His hope was shattered in an instant. Gubong didn't want to know how Lin Yi had gotten Guangbuo's shares anymore, it was pointless. The only thing he could do now was think of a way to protect himself. Gubong was certain that Pingzhan wouldn't go easy on him next. So whether or not he could become the chairman was secondary. Whether or not he could stay in the company was another matter altogether. Gubong. Gubong smashed the phone in his hand onto the ground, shattering it into pieces. Gubong smashed his phone on the floor and stood up, walking out of the meeting room without a backward glance. His face was dark and gloomy. Pingzhan didn't mind it at all, it was normal for Gubong to react like this. Pingzhan didn't mind at all, in fact, it was quite satisfying. Pingzhan had wanted to smash his phone when Gubong and Guangbuo were singing the same tune. The purpose of this meeting is to introduce our new shareholder, Mr. Lin Yi. Pingzhan smiled as he introduced Lin Yi to the other shareholders. The meeting room was filled with a round of applause. They weren't idiots, this person was the third largest shareholder of the company, and he had an intimate relationship with Pingzhan's daughter. They wouldn't dare offend someone like that. Besides, no one doubted that Lin Yi was using Gubong's name to intimidate others. After all, Lin Yi had the right to be arrogant. He was the third largest shareholder of the company. Please take care of me. Lin Yi stood up and nodded to everyone. Next, I would like to propose that Lin Yi be a member of the company's board of directors. Please vote. Pingzhan suggested. With Gubong gone, who would want to offend Pingzhan for him? And so, without a doubt, Lin Yi became the new director of the company. Gubong's vote didn't matter anymore. Chapter 337. Chapter 337. Two paths. Lin Yi didn't need to get involved in how Pingzhan dealt with Gubong. if Pengzhan still couldn't take care of Gubang under these circumstances, then Lin Yi would really have to wonder if he had the ability to manage a company at all. Gubang went back to his office. He'd never felt so defeated before, and he'd finally gotten a taste of it today. Gubang had always wanted to replace Pengzhan, and with Guangbu's support, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. But the situation at the shareholders' meeting today had told him that it was all but a passing cloud. He had nothing left. He'd thought that with Guangbu's support, his position as chairman was already in the bag. He'd completely fallen out with Pengzhan, to the point where there was no turning back. Gubang didn't believe that Pengzhan would let him go, and he'd use this opportunity to crush him. After some hesitation, Gubang dialed up Zihua's phone. There was no point talking to Yuchu about this anymore, so he had to discuss it with Zihua. Hello? Vice Chairman Jean. How's it going? I heard from Lil Yuchu that you're about to take control of the company. Zihua said. Master Bing's coming to Songshan in a couple of days. You'll be rewarded handsomely with this gift of yours. I'm sorry, Zihua bro. Gubang said carefully. There's been some changes. Zihua paused, his voice darkening. What changes? I don't know what's going on with that director I'm working with, but he suddenly transferred his shares to Lin Yi. Gubang said. Lin Yi and that old fox Pengzhan are working together, and I can't control the board of directors anymore. They're going to make a move on me soon, so you're saying that the real estate company we're gifting to Master Bing is going to fall through? Zihua's voice grew colder. I'm afraid so. Gubang smiled helplessly. Damn it, are you playing with me? I've done so many things for you, and I've lost 2 golden class masters because of it. Are you telling me to just let it go? Zihua humphed coldly. Jean Gubang, do you have a death wish? Zihua bro. I'm sorry, please don't be angry. Gubang said, startled. Gubang wouldn't have cared if someone else had said that to him, but Zihua could kill him with a snap of his fingers. Zihua, on the other hand, could kill him with ease. It wasn't a joke. Zihua had the ability to do so, and no one would stand up for him after he died. You're not angry. Why don't you think about how angry Master Bing will be? Zihua cursed. Master Bing's angry, I'm done for. I'm telling you, Jean Gubang, you have to give me the real estate company whether you want to or not. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. Zihua bro. Unfortunately, Zihua hung up with a bang before Gubang could finish. Gubang pushed the phone off his desk, sending it crashing to the floor. Gubang was pissed as well, but he didn't dare vent it on Zihua. What kind of person was Zihua? He was someone who had his way with both the black and white sides of Songshan, and his boss was even more powerful. Gubang couldn't afford to piss off someone like that. Pengzhan, you're forcing me into a dead end. If you push me too far, I'll take you down with me. I'll blow you up with a bomb. Gubang said hatefully. But he was just saying that. Gubang was actually very afraid of death. His embezzlement in the company would only result in jail if Pengzhan found out, but his life would be forfeit if Zihua were to get angry. Gubang had to think of a plan as soon as possible, or his life would truly be a tragedy. Of course, that was just the beginning. Pengzhan called him in for a talk before he could come up with a plan. Gubang knew that Pengzhan was looking for him for no good reason, and as much as he didn't want to go, he didn't have a choice. He couldn't help but sigh as he made his way to Pengzhan's office. Faubert was standing at the door with a smile on his face. Mr. Chu is waiting for you inside, Vice Chairman Jean. Got it. Gubang waved his hand weakly as he walked into Pengzhan's office. He'd wanted to use Zihua's help to turn things around, but now it seemed that Zihua wasn't killing him at all. Help. Dream on. Vice Chairman Jean, please have a seat. Pengzhan pointed at the sofa beside the desk. Gubang looked as if he'd aged 10 years all of a sudden. He looked at Pengzhan with a tired expression before plopping down on the sofa. Pingzhan, just say what you want, don't beat around the bush. Gubong couldn't be bothered to play mind games with Pingzhan, there was no need for it anymore. He still had to deal with Sihua after dealing with Pingzhan. Besides, he wasn't Pingzhan's opponent at all, what was the point of this stalemate? He might as well just say what he wanted and see what Pingzhan wanted. Alright, I'll be direct if that's the case, Vice Chairman Jean. Pingzhan nodded. I'll give you two options. First, I'll investigate how much money you've made from the company and send you to court. Ah. Tell me the second option, Pingzhan. Gubong wasn't an idiot, he knew that this wasn't a choice he'd made after hearing Pingzhan's words, since it wouldn't benefit anyone. Second option, give me your shares, and I'll let bygones be bygones. Pingzhan said faintly. Pingzhan, don't go overboard. My shares are worth a couple $100 million, no matter what. You're going back just like that. Gubong stood up all of a sudden, glaring at Pingzhan. The money you've made from the company all these years should be around that number, right? Even if it's not a couple $100 million, it's at least $100 or $200 million. Pingzhan smiled. How many years would $200 million put you in prison? Compared to the shares, you choose. Give me another $100 million. Gubong said after some hesitation. Pingzhan, on the other hand, was just asking for a ridiculous price. He humphed when he heard Gubong. 50 million. 80 million. Gubong said. Chapter 338. It worked. The first option Pingzhan had given Gubong was just to scare him off. There was no real benefit to Pingzhan if he really did find the evidence and put Gubong in jail for the rest of his life. Plus, even if the evidence was found, there was no guarantee that it would be of any use. How long would a lawsuit take? It was better to go with the second option. As long as Gubong wasn't an idiot, he'd definitely choose the second option. As expected, Gubong didn't disappoint Pingzhan. Alright, 80 million it is then. It's a deal. Gubong wasn't in the mood to haggle with Pingzhan, he had more important things to attend to. With this 80 million, he'd be able to start a small real estate company as compensation for Master Bing. Sihua wouldn't bother him anymore then, would he? Gubong felt like he'd lost two birds with one stone. Not only did he lose his position as chairman, but he'd also be forced to leave the company. He'd lost his shares in exchange for 80 million, and that 80 million might not even be his own, he'd have to give it to Master Bing. Gubong wouldn't mind fighting Pingzhan head-on if Sihua were still supporting Gubong. He wasn't afraid of Pingzhan at all with Sihua's support, but Gubong didn't have the time to fight with Pingzhan now that Sihua was ready to kill him. Gubong didn't have the energy to fight with Pingzhan right now. He'd better take the money and leave. That afternoon, Gubong completed his resignation procedures and handed over his shares to Pingzhan. He left Pingzhan Industries under the shocked and mocking gazes of the other shareholders with the 80 million in his retirement fund. Vice Chairman Jean had become a part of Pingzhan Industries' history, he'd no longer be a part of the board of directors from now on. The shareholders and directors who'd wanted to stand on Gubong's side were all shocked. It was lucky that they hadn't gotten involved with Gubong, otherwise they'd be done for. They'd seen how powerful Gubong was back then, working with the third largest shareholder, Xia Guangbua, in preparation for the Operation Chu, but what had happened? Guangbua's shares had gone to Pingzhan's son-in-law for no reason at all, and Gubong's shares had been taken back by Pingzhan. Right now, Pingzhan Industries was under Chu Pingzhan's control. Most of the company's shares were in his hands. Meng Yao and Yushu were enjoying themselves when Lin Yi wasn't home. Oh, I can finally walk around the house naked. Yushu said as she curled up on the sofa, watching TV. Yushu often took off all her clothes the moment she got home, saying that wearing clothes would affect her body's growth. Ahem, Shu, you need to be mindful of your image. Even if Lin Yi's not home, what if Faubert comes? Meng Yao said helplessly. Every time Faubert comes, he knocks on the door. He won't come in casually. Yushu, on the other hand, didn't seem to mind at all. She was still showing off her body to Meng Yao on the sofa. Yao Yao, what do you think of my body recently? Stop showing off your boobs in front of me, I'll cut them off if you keep showing them off. Meng Yao glared at Yushu. Did she think she could show off her body just because she had a good figure? Why don't you say you're not as tall as me? You've got all the nutrients in your boobs, and I've got all the nutrients in my bones. Oh, I'm not showing off. Yushu sat back on the sofa, depressed. Why didn't anyone praise her body? Seriously, she couldn't just show it to anyone, not even Meng Yao, who was the only one she could look at. Yushu felt helpless. Go show off to your shield, bro, I'm not interested in you. Go away, I want to watch TV. Meng Yao said as she looked at Yushu disdainfully. You're showing off here and there, aren't you just going to let other men touch you? Oh, I want to, but I'm afraid you won't agree, Yao Yao. Yushu said as she looked at Meng Yao. Why wouldn't I agree? Meng Yao didn't want to talk to Yushu anymore. You're the main wife, so the main wife gets priority. You should be the one showing off first, I'll have to wait behind you. Yushu said with a grin. Meng Yao glared at Yushu. Can't you calm down a little? I've noticed that you're the most obedient when Lin Yi's at home. I've finally realized the benefits of having Lin Yi at home. Aw. Yao Yao, you miss Shield Bro too. Yushu blinked as if she'd discovered a new continent. She waved her hands around on the sofa as she asked. What do I miss? Meng Yao said, a little annoyed. I just want him to come back soon, so you can have some peace. I can't take it anymore, I've been holding it in for 10 years. Meng Yao realized that she was at the end of her patience, especially since Lin Yi had been staying at her house for a while. Meng Yao had gotten used to Yushu's behavior, and now that Lin Yi was gone, Yushu was back to normal. Meng Yao prayed that Lin Yi would come back soon. Caw. The door to the villa was opened from the outside. Wah. Meng Yao's eyes went wide as she looked at the door in shock. No way. Her prayers had come true this quickly. Lin Yi was back. Her dreams had come true. Yushu was stunned as well. She'd been dancing around and making fun of Meng Yao just a moment ago, and now Lin Yi was barging in. Most importantly, the sofa Yushu was sitting on was facing the villa's doorway, and Lin Yi could see every part of her body clearly. Ugh. Did I come back at the wrong time? Lin Yi gulped as he realized that moving his eyes away from Yushu's body was a very difficult decision, so difficult that he couldn't complete it. In actuality, Lin Yi had been drooling over Yushu for a long time, but because she was Meng Yao's best friend, Lin Yi hadn't dared to show it too much. But today, this was a golden opportunity, and it'd be a waste not to see it. Besides, Master Lin comforted himself that this was an accident, and that Yushu was the one who'd asked him to see it. Cover your eyes, you can't look. Meng Yao finally snapped back to reality and screamed, stopping Lin Yi's perverted behavior. Oh. Yushu raised her hands, and just when everyone thought that she was going to cover her chest, Yushu covered her eyes with her hands. Chapter 339. Chapter 339, Nobody Loses. Shoo, I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about Lin Yi. Meng Yao snapped before turning to Lin Yi. What are you looking at? I'll gouge your eyeballs out and stomp on them. Oh. Yushu pulled her hand away from her eyes before grabbing the blanket on the sofa and covering herself up. Her face was as red as a cooked lobster. The sunlight was too bright, and the room was too dark. I lost my sight temporarily. I didn't see anything. Lin Yi said innocently with his hands up. Lin Yi, the street lights are on already. Meng Yao wasn't that gullible. Ugh. Actually, I got nervous and got it backwards. The light in the room was too bright, and it was too dark outside. I lost my sight temporarily. I didn't see anything. Lin Yi said awkwardly. I'll go back to my room first. I need to take a shower. Stop right there. You saw Shu's naked, how are you going to compensate me? Meng Yao didn't want to let Lin Yi go just like that, she felt very wronged and uncomfortable. Yushu was the one who'd been seen naked, so why did she feel so bad? Ugh. Let's talk after I take a shower. Lin Yi didn't want to piss Meng Yao off right now. He'd wait for her to calm down and forget about it. Shield bro. Why were you in such a hurry to shower? Are you planning to hit a plane? Yushu said weakly. All of a sudden, the tense atmosphere dissipated with that one sentence from Yushu. Meng Yao was pissed off. I'm standing up for you. What kind of question was that? Shu, what the hell are you talking about? I just wanted to confirm if the books were true. Yushu stuck her tongue out, blaming herself for speaking too quickly. Didn't the books say that boys would have that kind of reaction after seeing something exciting? Shield bro must have some bad thoughts since he was in such a hurry to take a shower. Shu, are you out of your mind? Meng Yao was going crazy. No one's going to think you're a mute if you don't talk. Ugh. I'll go back first then. Lin Yi was feeling rather awkward from Yushu's actions as well. He'd wanted to take a shower because he'd been out and about for 2 days, and Yushu had thought that he was going to do something dirty, and the target of his fantasies was her. Lin Yi, how dare you? You're not allowed to use Shu as a target for your dirty thoughts. Meng Yao glared at Lin Yi. No, I'm really sweating. I just want to take a bath. If you don't believe me, you can watch. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh at the end. Pervert. Meng Yao humphed. Who wants to watch you? Lin Yi ran back to his room and let out a long breath. That was way too exciting. Why didn't time stop? He didn't know how long he'd have to wait for the next time. Of course, Lin Yi could just sneak up to the second floor at midnight and watch without anyone noticing. General Weiwu was just a decoration. But that was way too perverted, and Lin Yi didn't want to do it. If he wanted to see, he'd do it openly. Even if Yushu didn't let him see, a few accidents like this was enough to satisfy Lin Yi. Shu, look at you, you're a girl, how are you going to get married if you let him see everything? Meng Yao said helplessly after Lin Yi left. Shield bro's not an outsider, he even kissed me. Yushu blushed at the memory. Kissed you? Meng Yao paused, realizing something she didn't know. When did he kiss you? She only knew that Lin Yi had pinched Yushu's boobs, but she didn't know that Lin Yi had kissed Yushu. What other secrets were these two hiding from her? Yushu realized that she'd let the cat out of the bag, but it was too late for regrets. It's not that. Actually, when I fell into the water, Shield Bro was afraid that I'd choke, so he kissed me on the mouth. You. Why didn't you say that earlier? Meng Yao was pissed. Shu, you're a girl, what are you going to do if he kisses you and looks at you like that? No, we have to get him to take responsibility. It's not that serious, is it? Yushu jumped at Meng Yao's words. Lin Yi had taken advantage of her so many times without her noticing. How is it not? No, I have to talk to my dad, we can't let him stay here anymore, it's too dangerous. Meng Yao didn't mean what she said. Her heart was in a mess. Alright, Yao, it's not like we got the short end of the stick. Didn't we see Shield Bro going to the washroom at school? Yushu said with a straight face. So we're even, he got the short end of the stick too, he's at a disadvantage too. Meng Yao was speechless. She couldn't understand her best friend's thoughts with common sense. But Meng Yao was a little puzzled. Yushu wasn't someone who would let herself get taken advantage of easily. If she told her brother Yutian about this, he'd come over and beat up Lin Yi. But, could Yutian beat Lin Yi? In Meng Yao's impression, Yutian was very strong, and other than Ling Shan, everyone else was subdued by him, but according to Shu, Ling Shan was completely dominated by Lin Yi, using her phone to take pictures of Yushu playing with sand and sending them back to Lin Yi. Was this something that Ling Shan would do in the past? Why don't we peek at him while he's showering? Yushu made a tempting suggestion. Meng Yao would be lying if she said she wasn't curious, but if she peeked at Lin Yi showering, wouldn't she become a pervert? And so, Meng Yao wouldn't agree to Yushu's suggestion. Shu, you're getting more and more open-minded. This isn't a good sign. This is the sign of a girl losing her virginity. Ah. Is it that serious? Yushu was shocked as well, and her face started to blush. It was true that she wasn't repulsed by him at all. Other than the fact that her heart was beating really fast, she wasn't complaining at all after being hugged and kissed by him. Yushu didn't know if that counted as having a good impression of him, but Meng Yao's words sounded quite serious. Yes, it's serious. So, if you don't like Lin Yi and don't want to marry him, you better stay away from him. Meng Yao warned solemnly. Chapter 340. Chapter 340, Tang Yin's cousin, I. What does that have to do with me? Meng Yao humphed, not caring at all. Don't tell me you'll marry whoever I marry. Shu, you're getting more and more out of character. Nah, I think it's pretty normal. Yushu said as she rubbed her head. Come upstairs with me and put on some clothes. Don't be so open next time. Meng Yao said, not bothering to talk to Yushu anymore as she dragged her upstairs. After a hot shower, Lin Yi felt refreshed from head to toe. Every pore on his body had opened up. He laid down comfortably on his bed and turned on his phone. After he turned on his phone, he received a lot of text messages. The first one was from Wang Xinyan when she got on the plane, sending her phone number to Lin Yi. Lin Yi saved the number and looked at the messages. Some of them were from Kong Xiaobo, reminding him to come back this weekend for his second grandpa's birthday party. The last one was from Tang Yin. It was a short message. When are you going to school? Lin Yi quickly texted Tang Yin back. I'm done. I'll go to school tomorrow. Tang Yin jumped when she heard the notification. She didn't want to tell her mother about her phone, and she forgot to put her phone on silent. Whose phone is that? Old Tang, is that your phone? That's not my voice. Mrs. Tang was busy preparing dinner when she heard the notification of a text message on her phone. It's not mine, that's not my phone. Isn't that a Nokia's message? Mr. Tang was lying on the sofa in the living room as he looked at his phone. Old Zhang's Nokia next door sounds like this. Whose phone is that? That's weird. Yin, did you hear that? Mrs. Tang asked. It's mine. Tang Yin took her phone out of her pocket. She couldn't lie even if she wanted to, and she wasn't good at lying anyway. Yours? Mrs. Tang looked at the phone in Tang Yun's hand curiously. Yin, when did you get a phone? I didn't buy it. Lin Yi gave it to me. Tang Yin lowered her head, blushing like a child who had done something wrong. Lin Yi bought you a phone. Mrs. Tang didn't scold Tang Yin, but smiled instead. Let me see. It should be 1,000, right? Mom. Tang Yin wasn't happy. Not only did her mother not scold her, but her attitude made her think that she was snobbish. This child, don't be shy. Mrs. Tang glared at her daughter. What's wrong with buying you a phone? Your dad hasn't bought me a mobile phone yet. I even bought the counterfeit phone I'm using with my own money. Tang Juqing lowered his head. Every time this happened, he hated himself for being useless. He was injured and lying on the bed like a cripple. Not only could he not go out to earn money, but he also had to burden Tang Yun and her mother with medical fees. Sometimes, Tang Juqing wanted to die, but when he thought of his wife and daughter, he couldn't do that. Although his wife often scolded him for being useless, she still loved him from the bottom of her heart. Tang Juqing could feel this. It could be seen from the way his wife left early and returned late at night to take care of the family. Mom, Dad's actually really nice to you. Compared to the surreal feeling of being with Lin Yi, Tang Yun felt that her parents being together was the true happiness. I know he treats me well. Otherwise, I would have left him a long time ago. Mrs. Tang had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. She snorted and said, but, Yin Er, don't be like me. I've fallen in love with your father for the rest of my life, and I've accepted my fate. You can't suffer like this. Tang Yun knew that her mother wanted to talk about her and Lin Yi, but was Lin Yi and her suitable? Tang Yun had a feeling that her life wasn't real. Maybe one day, Lin Yi wouldn't like her anymore. Dang dang dang. Tang Yun and her family were talking when a knocking sound came from the courtyard. Mrs. Tang put the bowl and chopsticks on the table and walked out of the house to the yard. Who is it? Auntie, it's me and Wei. A girl's voice came from outside the door. Is it Dan? Why are you here so late? Mrs. Tang recognized the girl's voice. It was Wei's childhood friend, Dan. She opened the door as she spoke. Dan was anxiously pulling a stubborn boy. She saw Mrs. Tang as if she had seen her savior. Auntie, hurry and talk to Wei, he wants to sell his kidney. What? Mrs. Tang jumped at Dan's words. What's going on? Wei, you want to sell your kidney? Aunt, don't worry about it. Xiao Dan dragged me here and asked you to persuade me, but it's useless. I'll have to sell my kidney anyway. Xiao Wei said resolutely with a resolute expression on his face. Tang Yun heard her cousin's voice from inside the house. She was shocked when she heard that he was going to sell his kidney. She quickly ran out of the house. Wei, what did you say? Why do you want to sell your kidney? What nonsense are you talking about? Sis, it's none of your business. You can't do anything about it. I have to sell my kidney or Dan will be in danger. Wei said. Dan, take Wei inside first. Tell Auntie what's going on. Why are you selling your kidney for no reason? Mrs. Tang saw that her nephew didn't look like he was joking and panicked. Selling a kidney wasn't a joke. How could he sell it just like that? Dan pulled Wei into the house and was on the verge of tears. Tang Yin sis, hurry and talk to Wei. He won't listen no matter what I say. He wants to sell his kidney. Wei, tell Auntie, why do you want to sell your kidney? Tang Yin didn't know what to do. She thought it was a joke before, but Wei didn't look like he was joking at all. Sis, even if I tell you, it's useless. I need money now, but your family's situation isn't much better than mine. If I don't sell my kidney, how am I going to raise money? Lil Wei shook his head. What can't we solve? We can find a way to borrow money. We don't have to sell our kidney. Mrs. Tang walked over and persuaded, Wei, how much money do you need? 150,000. Where can I borrow money from? My period is sick and we haven't collected enough money yet. If I could borrow money, I would have done it already. Wei sighed, Auntie, sis, I know you guys are doing this for my own good, but I have no other choice. Chapter 341. Tang Yun's grievance under Xiao Dan's tearful complaints and Wei's indignant explanation. Tang Yun's family finally understood the whole story. It all started with the two's financial aid. Xiao Wei and Xiao Dan were both from a small county near Songshan. They were neighbors since they were young, and could be considered childhood sweethearts. They liked each other as they grew up, and their parents had tacitly agreed to the fact that they would be together in the future. However, there was an unforeseen event. Both families were poor, and they were poor. They had to live frugally, let alone pay for school. When Wei and Dan were in elementary school, a few big bosses came to the village and offered financial aid to poor children. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard the news, and Wei and Dan successfully went through elementary school, middle school, and vocational school with the help of the same boss. They were about to graduate, and according to the agreement they made with the boss, they would work for free for a period of time after they turned 18 as repayment for their financial aid. Originally, this agreement was only a symbolic form. Many students in the village went to find their respective bosses for financial aid, and it was only for a period of time. It was considered as returning the favor. Little Wei and Little Dan thought that they would be the same, but they didn't expect that after they went to the big boss's company, the big boss took a look at Little Dan and made her a secretary, while Little Wei was assigned to be a security guard. Both of them were paid according to normal employee treatment. It was not easy to find a job these days. Little Wei and Little Dan found a formal job before they graduated, so they were naturally quite happy. While they were grateful to their boss, they also decided to work hard to repay their boss's kindness. But who would have thought that the nightmare would begin? The boss didn't have any good intentions in making Dan his secretary. He started drooling over her beauty and body the moment he laid eyes on her. Dan wasn't very pretty, but she was young, fresh, had good skin, and a good figure. The boss was tempted and prepared to take her for himself. In the beginning, the big boss only expressed his intentions very subtly. After being flatly rejected by Xiao Dan, he began to show his ferocious face and began to touch Xiao Dan more and more unscrupulously. Dan naturally told her boyfriend Wei after being wronged, and in a fit of rage, Wei brought Dan to the boss and told him that they wanted to resign. They couldn't afford to offend him, but they could at least hide from him. They could quit, right? Wei wasn't stupid. He knew that they couldn't afford to piss off the boss. He heard that the boss had connections in both the underworld and the underworld, so he could only tactfully express his dissatisfaction and request to resign. As a result, the big boss turned hostile on the spot and said, "Resign? Impossible." According to the original contract, Lil Wei and Lil Dan had to work for the company for 3 years after they turned 18 before they could leave. Otherwise, it would be a breach of contract and they would have to pay for all the scholarships and interest. Of course, this contract was only symbolic at the beginning. Many students sponsored by other bosses did not go to work. They just regarded it as a kind of charity. But when it came to Dan and Wei, there was nothing they could do if the boss wanted to take it seriously. They were dumbfounded when they saw the contract, not knowing what to do. The boss had already torn off all pretenses, so he didn't hold back at all. He told Dan that if she became his mistress, she wouldn't have to pay back the money and would get a raise in the future. Wei, on the other hand, would continue working as a security guard and wouldn't have to resign. If she didn't agree, then he would return all the financial aid within 3 days. Wei and Dan were dumbfounded. Where were they going to get that much money in 3 days? The financial aid the boss had given them was at least 150,000. How were they going to pay it back? Wei had no choice but to contact a company that sold his kidneys to pay back the debt. He didn't want Dan to be wronged. He couldn't accept his girlfriend becoming someone else's mistress. Tang Yin's family knew about the financial aid, and they thought that Wei and the others were lucky to be helped by a rich boss. But now it seemed like it was a misfortune. "Auntie, please think of something. Wei can't sell his kidney. I heard that his body would be in terrible shape if he sold his kidney, and he wouldn't be able to do anything in the future." Dan was on the verge of tears as she looked at Mrs. Tang pitifully. She tried to persuade him, but Wei didn't listen. "Wei, don't do anything stupid. How about this? I've saved 20,000 kwai over the years. Use it first, and I'll think of something else for you." Mrs. Tang said as she went to look for the bankbook. "Auntie, it's okay. 20,000 isn't enough to do anything. That's money for my uncle's surgery. I can't just use it." Wei quickly stopped her. "Auntie, you know how close I am to Dan. I can't push her into the fire pit." However, what Xiao Wei said was the truth. He could not push Dan into the fire pit, and he needed 150,000 yuan. No one else could help him. If Mrs. Tang had 150,000 yuan, she would have done her husband's surgery a long time ago, instead of dragging it out until now. Ian, can you give Lin Yi a call? Borrow some money from him. Mrs. Tang hesitated as she looked at her daughter. Wei was the only son in her family, and they were counting on him to carry on the bloodline. Selling his kidney would be a problem for him to take care of himself in the future. Tang Yin paused, not expecting her mother to ask Lin Yi for a loan. It wasn't 3,000 or 5,000, it was 150,000. How was she supposed to ask for it? How was she supposed to pay it back even if she did? It was such a large sum, and she couldn't possibly pay it back. Auntie, who's Lin Yi? Dan hadn't heard of the name before. Who in the world could borrow 150,000 in one go? He's your Tang Yin's sis boyfriend, he's pretty rich. Mrs. Tang explained. Mom. Lin Yi isn't my boyfriend, we're not related. Tang Yin blushed as she looked at her mother. How could she say something like that? He gave you a phone already, how is he not your boyfriend? Mrs. Tang was panicking as she looked at her daughter. Yin, you're not going to abandon your brother, are you? Are you going to watch him sell his kidney? Chapter 342. Being forced, he's your boyfriend, borrowing money from him is a good way to test him and see if he's sincere towards you. Mrs. Tang said. Look at Wei, he's willing to sell his kidney for Dan. What's wrong with Lin Yi lending you some money? Tang Yin bit her lip and looked at her father, hoping that he'd say something for her. Juqing, however, lowered his head, looking like a good old man who'd been bullied. Juqing was blaming himself for his uselessness as well. If he were successful in his career, the family wouldn't be in such a difficult situation. Sis, is brother-in-law really that rich? Wei couldn't help but ask after hearing his aunt's words. Who would sell their kidney if there was any other hope? Little Wei was forced to sell his kidney because he had no other choice. However, if he could solve the problem by not selling it, he would not be so stupid as to sell his kidney. Wei, don't listen to my mom, he's not your brother-in-law, he's just a classmate. Tang Yin felt conflicted as she looked at Wei's hopeful eyes. She knew that if she were to borrow money from Lin Yi, then their relationship would become complicated. But if she didn't borrow money, Wei would have to sell his kidney. Sis, why don't you ask him? Little Wei was sure that the person his aunt was talking about was his sister's boyfriend. Even if he wasn't, it wasn't far from the truth. Wei, it's not that I don't want to help you, but how am I going to pay him back? Do we even have money to pay him back? Tang Yin sighed. Sis, he'll become my brother-in-law sooner or later. You're already his woman, he won't force you to pay him back, right? Wei looked at Tang Yin. Plus, Dan and I have hands and feet, we'll be able to pay him back one day. Yeah, Yin, your brother didn't ask you for anything, it's just a small matter. Why are you so stubborn? Mrs. Tang was getting angry. There was a way to solve the problem, so why did she have to force her brother to sell his kidney? If you don't make this call, I'll call him. You're forcing me. Tang Yun's eyes reddened as tears welled up in her eyes. You don't understand at all. You don't know what's going on. Tang Yin wanted to say that Lin Yi might not even be able to be with her in the future, but she didn't say it in the end. Yuner, how can this be called forcing you? Do you think I would harm you? Mrs. Tang was a little unhappy. She wasn't asking her to do anything bad, but she could borrow money from Lin Yi. What was going on? I'll make a call, okay? Tang Yin stood up and ran out of the house with her phone. She couldn't help but start sobbing when she reached the yard. His mother didn't understand, and his younger brother didn't understand either. They thought that they had some kind of reputation to be able to get Lin Yi to lend them 150,000 yuan. Did they even think about their own situation? Although it was true that Lin Yi liked her now, at the end of the day, her relationship with Lin Yi hadn't even been officially confirmed. Why would he lend her 150,000 yuan? It wasn't a small amount, and if she could borrow it, she would have borrowed it from her father a long time ago. Why would she wait until now? After crying, Tang Yin still dialed Lin Yi's number. No matter what, she couldn't let her brother sell his kidney, could she? Lin Yi replied to Tang Yin's message, but she didn't reply for a long time. He thought that she didn't see it, but he didn't expect her to call him. Hello. Tang Yin. Lin Yi was pleasantly surprised that Tang Yin called him. It was a good start. Why are you calling me? Do you miss me? Tang Yin didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Lin Yi's words. Her sad mood brightened up a lot. Who misses you? Stop being so smug. Ha. Lin Yi smiled. Why are you calling me so late at night? Lin Yi actually understood Tang Yin quite well. She was an introverted girl, strong but not good at expressing her feelings. If there was nothing, she wouldn't call him, at least not now. Lin Yi. I have something to ask of you. Tang Yin's heart sank as she thought about what she was going to say next. Something to ask of me. Lin Yi was startled. This wasn't like Tang Yin's personality. Can you lend me 150,000 yuan? Don't worry, I will definitely return it to you, I promise. Tang Yin hesitated and said her request, 150,000 yuan. Lin Yi was even more stunned. This was even more out of Tang Yin's character. He gave her a phone before, but she didn't want to accept it. Why would she suddenly want to borrow money from him? However, this indirectly meant that Tang Yin must have encountered some trouble that she couldn't resist. Otherwise, she would have to die to borrow money from him. Tang Yin wasn't a greedy girl. If she was, she would have been corrupted by society long ago. I really need this money. My brother is in some trouble. If I don't have this money, he will have to sell his kidney. Tang Yin thought that Lin Yi misunderstood her as a greedy girl and quickly explained. Sell his kidney. Lin Yi almost fainted. Tell him not to do anything stupid. Money isn't a problem. Give me your account number, I will ask someone to transfer it to you right now. If it was a few days ago, Lin Yi wouldn't have this much confidence. But now, Lin Yi had just extorted 100 million yuan from Lu Tianyi. This time, it was Tang Yin's turn to be stunned. She didn't think that Lin Yi would agree to transfer the money to her without asking about the specifics. Did he trust her that much? Wasn't he afraid that she would lie to him? What? It's only 150,000 yuan. Lin Yi wasn't afraid of Tang Yin lying to him because he knew Tang Yin's personality. Then. Wait a minute. Tang Yin was very excited. Her face was red. She had mustered up her courage to ask Lin Yi for the money. She was afraid that Lin Yi would reject her and that Lin Yi would find it difficult to borrow money from her. Although Lin Yi was a rich kid, not every rich kid could take out 150,000 yuan in one go. But Lin Yi seemed to have accepted it easily, without hesitation at all. This made Tang Yin sigh in relief. At the same time, she was very grateful to Lin Yi. Mom, Lin Yi said he wants a bank account number. Tang Yin couldn't help but smile when she said that. Chapter 343. Chapter 343, Worries of Happiness. On one hand, she felt very happy and sweet. Fun's ex-boyfriend didn't even lend her 20,000 when her family asked for it, let alone 150,000. Although her words were sweet, in the end, Xiaofan still ended up in such a state. Thinking back, other than being a little domineering, Lin Yi didn't seem to have said anything sweet to her at all. But in critical moments, when she needed help, when she was the most helpless, Lin Yi would always appear at the right time. On the other hand, Tang Yin felt that she owed Lin Yi a lot, to the point where she couldn't pay him back. Tang Yin didn't think that she would be able to pay Lin Yi back in a couple of years, nor did she think that Wei and the others would be able to pay her back. Was it really like what her brother said? She was his now, and didn't need to pay him back. It was easy to say, but difficult to do. You borrowed it already. Mrs. Tang thought that her daughter would have to pay a price to talk to Lin Yi personally. Mrs. Tang wasn't an idiot. She had seen through the fickleness of the world, and while it was a bit like she was pushing her daughter into a pit of fire, it wasn't entirely the case. Lin Yi was different from the Kong Ming Xiaofan knew. He wouldn't leave her after playing with her, would he? Besides, Xiao Wei was the only son in her family. As his aunt, if she didn't stop him from selling his kidney, her father wouldn't let her go. In her family in the countryside, the patriarchal concept was very strong. Mrs. Tang didn't think that her daughter would borrow the money with just a phone call. She was happy and surprised, but also regretful. I should have borrowed 50,000 more, and we could have done the surgery for your dad, Mom. Tang Yun frowned unhappily. Did she think that Lin Yi was some kind of money tree, that he could borrow as much as he wanted? Girl, are you stupid? Can't you borrow more than once? Mrs. Tang was thinking that the money couldn't be borrowed for free, so she might as well borrow more. Mom, what are you talking about? Tang Yun panicked. If you keep this up, I won't borrow any more, not a single cent. All right, I won't say any more. Mrs. Tang looked at her daughter resentfully. She thought to herself, why can't my daughter see the light? Get more money when he likes you, and you'll have money even if he doesn't want you anymore. Mrs. Tang couldn't be blamed for having such snobbish thoughts. Anyone would have the same thoughts if they had to support a family like this on their own. Mrs. Tang was really scared of being poor. She didn't want to be poor anymore. Love was important, but without money, what was there left? If it weren't for the fact that she still loved old Tang, she would have divorced him a long time ago. But, so what? Old Tang wasn't the only one injured in the factory. How many families had already divorced? That was why Mrs. Tang was encouraging Tang Yin to ask Lin Yi for the money. In her mind, getting the money in her hands was the only thing that mattered. How could she not know what her mother was thinking? But Tang Yun couldn't understand her mother's thoughts. The hardships of life hadn't erased her self-reliance. But right now, Tang Yun still couldn't understand her mother's thoughts. The hardships of life hadn't erased Tang Yun's self-reliance. Tang Yun, what's wrong? 150,000 isn't enough. Lin Yi heard Mrs. Tang's nagging and asked with a smile. No, don't listen to my mom. Tang Yun remembered that she was still holding the phone, and that Lin Yi had heard her conversation with her mother. She was embarrassed and angry at her mother's greed for money. Mrs. Tang found a bank card. They only had 20,000 in savings, and this was the only card they had. She carefully hid it under the mattress. Give me the phone. Mrs. Tang said as she tried to snatch the phone from Tang Yun. Tang Yun wouldn't give the phone to her mother. She didn't know what her mother would say if she gave it to her. Give it to me, I'll read the card number to him. Mrs. Tang had no choice but to give the card to Tang Yun. Tang Yun was about to read the card number to Lin Yi when Lin Yi said, text it to me, in case the transfer is wrong and the money's gone. I'll send it to you then. Tang Yun jumped. She didn't know that Lin Yi was only teasing her. The card number didn't match the name, so the transfer couldn't be made. Lin Yi dialed Xiaomin's number after receiving the card number from Tang Yun. Where have you been these 2 days? I called you, but your phone was turned off. Guan Xiaomin's voice came through the phone before Lin Yi could say anything. Oh. Grandpa Guan, what's up? Lin Yi didn't think that Guan Xiaomin would look for him these 2 days. Yesterday, Lu Tianyi brought Elder Lu over. Elder Lu wanted to thank you personally. After he went back, he noticed that his body was much better. Not only did he eat more, but he also walked like he was flying. It was like he was 10 years younger. Guan Xiaomin exclaimed, I'm envious of your medical skills. They came to thank me. Lin Yi smiled. It was probably because House Lu realized his value and wanted to build a good relationship with him. Although there was some unhappiness before, House Lu wasn't stupid. They knew how to make up for it. Yeah, they're going back to Yanjing. There's no use for the villa they bought here anymore, so they wanted to give it to you as a thank you gift. Guan Shuamin said, just give me your ID number and I'll help you with the transfer. Ha, they're being generous now, Lin Yi shrugged, but I'm short on money now. It's more practical to give me some money. Yes, Lu Tianyi gave you another 10 million, Guan Shuamin laughed. Guan Shuamin chuckled and said, I didn't expect that I would get 100 million yuan just like that. I was worried that the pharmaceutical factory wouldn't have enough startup funds. But you managed to get all the startup funds just by treating one patient. I can't help it. I didn't plan to accept the money, but the people in his family aren't that great, Lin Yi smiled, but Elder Lu is not bad, he doesn't put on airs. It's not that he doesn't put on airs, but he thinks that it's important for his family to make friends with a miracle doctor like you. Guan Shuamin said, otherwise, they wouldn't give you another red packet. Chapter 344. Thank you, brother-in-law, right, what did you call me for? I was too busy talking about my business. Shuamin suddenly remembered that it was Lin Yi who called him. It's like this, Grandpa Guan. I'll give you an account number, can you transfer 200,000 to me? Lin Yi told Shuamin the account number Tang Yun had sent him. Yeah, alright. I'll have Axian transfer the money to you through online banking. Shuamin said without even asking what Lin Yi was planning on doing after writing down the account number. Thank you, Grandpa Guan. As for the medicine company, I'll go talk to you when I have time in the next couple of days. I don't know anything about operations, so I'll have to trouble you. Lin Yi was a bit embarrassed that he could get a share of the money just by providing the prescription. If you don't want to be involved in the operations, it's best if you find a spokesperson. I'm an old man, and I can take care of things on the surface for you, but the actual sales are better for you youngsters. Shuamin smiled bitterly. I'll be honest with you. I'm an old scholar, and I might not be as good as you are when it comes to business. I see. Lin Yi had only thought of this after hearing Shuamin's suggestion. He'd only wanted to use Shuamin's name and provide the prescriptions himself to start a medicine company, but things weren't as simple as he'd thought after hearing Shuamin's words. He'd have the reputation and the medicine, but he'd still need to know how to run it. Yeah, my youngest son is a suitable candidate, Xian's father. But I don't want him to get involved in this, Shuamin suggested. If you don't want to manage it yourself, you need to find someone you can trust to keep an eye on it. Hiring a manager is fine too. Grandpa Guan, isn't Guan Xian a shareholder of the company? She can keep an eye on it for me. Lin Yi suddenly remembered that Guan Xian was a shareholder of the company as well, and so he turned his attention to her. Ha, even if Xian is a shareholder, she still represents me. You'll need to find someone else to represent you. Oh right, if you have time, come over for a bit. I'll send some of the drugs to be tested and approved. Guan Shuamin smiled. No problem. How about this weekend? Lin Yi thought for a moment. It shouldn't take long to accompany Kong Xiaobo to his second grandpa's birthday banquet. Then, he could go to Guan Shuamin's place to have a look. He still had some healing potions with him, and he hadn't finished using the ones he'd made last time. As for the painkiller Huijuan was using, Shuamin had the recipe already, and he'd probably be making some first. In the initial stage, it was better to market these two drugs. If there were too many, it would not be able to highlight the magic of each drug. It was only after these two drugs became a hit that other new products were introduced one after another that people would pay more attention to them. Guan Xian took the account card from her grandpa and looked at the username. It was Tang Yun's name. She felt a little disappointed and a little jealous, but she still did as Lin Yi said and transferred 200,000. Mrs. Tang's bank card was opened under Tang Yun's name. Tang Yun used it to store her red packets and pocket money, but after Juqing got injured, Tang Yun donated all the red packets she'd accumulated over the years. Mrs. Tang was too lazy to open a new account, so she used Tang Yun's card as the family savings card. Beep beep. A message notification sounded. This card was originally bound to Tang Juqing's phone. Juqing took out his phone and looked at the message. He was a little surprised. 200,000. 200,000. Mrs. Tang was surprised at first, but then she was overjoyed. She quickly grabbed her lover's phone and looked at the number on it carefully. She counted the number of zeros on it again and again until she was sure that it was 200,000, not 20,000. She said happily. I told you that Lin Yi is a good person. You only asked for 150,000, but he transferred 200,000 to you. It seems like he heard what I said just now. Tang Yun looked at her mother's happy face. She didn't know if she should be happy with her or helpless. 200,000. She couldn't afford it. Old Tang, you have the surgery fees. Let's go to the hospital tomorrow. The happiest person was Mrs. Tang. Her lover's surgery fees were finally settled. After the surgery, her lover would be able to stand up again. She wouldn't have to worry about the family alone. Sis, is brother-in-law really a rich second generation? Wei was surprised as well. He felt like he was dreaming. It was just a thought before. He didn't believe that his sister would be able to borrow 150,000 just like that. He didn't think that his sister would be even more influential. He borrowed 150,000, got 200,000. What rich second generation? Tang Yun glared at him. He's not your brother-in-law either. You still have to pay him back. Hey, sis, you're shy. Wei smiled and nodded. Of course I have to. Dan and I have to live frugally. We'll pay him back. What do you know, you brat? Tang Yun snorted. But then she remembered that Wei wasn't a brat. He was only half a year younger than her, and he and Dan had been dating for a long time. It seemed like he was more experienced than her. Sis, thank brother-in-law for me. When he comes, you have to tell Dan and me. We have to thank him in person. Wei laughed. Yeah, Tang Yin sis, I really have to thank him. Dan felt like she was dreaming as well. An hour ago, Wei was still trying to sell his kidney, but now he'd raised the money. Tang Yun's chest hurt as she looked at her mother and brother's happy faces. Was it right or wrong for her to do this? Was this what they meant by sacrificing herself for the happiness of the whole family? Tang Yun gripped her phone tightly as she walked out of the house. She went to the yard again and hesitated. But Lin Yi didn't call. Tang Yun was annoyed. Didn't this guy treat money like it was money? He transferred 200,000 and he didn't even call to check if it was in the account. What if he lost it? Tang Yun dialed Lin Yi's number again. Hello? Lin Yi? Tang Yun saw that Lin Yi didn't respond and asked. Lin Yi responded. What are you doing? Why aren't you talking? Tang Yun was confused. Drink some water, it's done. Lin Yi put down the cup in his hand. Tang Yun's call came in while he was drinking. Chapter 345. His own happiness. I got the money. Tang Yun whispered, thank you, Ha. Then how are you going to thank me? Lin Yi could imagine Tang Yun's face right now, a beautiful girl standing in his yard, holding her phone carefully, talking to him in a low voice. As for how Lin Yi knew that Tang Yun was calling from the yard, it was because he heard the sound of crickets on the other side of the phone. Tang Yun didn't know what to do from Lin Yi's words. Her breathing quickened, her face flushed, and her nose beaded with sweat. You. How should I thank you? You're the one thanking me, why do I have to say it? Lin Yi could hear the nervousness in Tang Yun's voice and teased her. Then I'll kiss you. Tang Yun hesitated before asking timidly. Sure. Lin Yi didn't want anything from Tang Yun. He wasn't the type of person who would take advantage of others. Of course, it was a different story for people he didn't like. Tang Yun's heartbeat quickened. She was embarrassed by her own bold move. When? Lin Yi asked. You say. Tang Yun replied nervously. Then now? Lin Yi asked. Now? Tang Yun paused. How was she going to kiss now? Was it over the phone? Wasn't that just a fake kiss? Would Lin Yi have such low requirements? Go ahead. Lin Yi, of course, wanted Tang Yun to kiss him for real, but he didn't want to do it because he wanted to borrow money. You're so annoying. I'm not ready yet. Tang Yun said shyly after being surprised. When are you ready? Lin Yi smiled. Your kiss is so expensive, 200,000 in one go. Then wouldn't you go bankrupt if I kissed you a few more times? Tang Yun laughed at Lin Yi's words. Yeah, I have to calculate how many times I can be kissed with my current money, Lin Yi said seriously. Then you do it. Tang Yun humphed. Right, why did you transfer me 200,000? Didn't your mother say that your father still needs surgery? Lin Yi said, I heard it, so I transferred an extra 50,000. Thank you. Tang Yun's tears flowed down her eyes. This was the first time she'd felt so happy that she wanted to cry. She didn't even say it, but he'd already said it for her. Was he really a gift from the heavens? All of a sudden, Tang Yun had the urge to spend the rest of her life with him. She felt that she had found the happiness that belonged to her, on the eve of her 18th and 19th birthday. It was a feeling of being cared for, protected, and held in the palm of one's hand. This moment of happiness was unforgettable. Tang Yun's hand was shaking as she held the phone. She gathered her courage and kissed the phone. All right, this is for today, I still owe you one. I'll return it to you when I'm free. With that, Tang Yun quickly hung up the phone. Her body was burning up, and her body was soaked in sweat. Phew. Tang Yun let out a long sigh of relief. She was embarrassed by her bold actions just now. She didn't dare to go back into the house immediately, afraid that her mother and the others would notice. She could only stand in the yard and calm herself down. A mosquito flew by, wanting to bite Tang Yun's fair skin. Tang Yun was so angry that she swung out her palm, wanting to kill the mosquito. Lin Yi, you're so annoying. Why are you so nice to me? I'll slap you to death. Mrs. Tang saw that Tang Yun went to the yard and didn't come back for a long time, so she told Wei to go check on his sister. Wei had just walked out of the house when he heard Tang Yun baring her fangs and claws, saying that she wanted to slap Lin Yi to death. Wei jumped as he looked at his sister. Is brother-in-law a masochist? He's so nice to you, and you want to slap him to death? What do you know, you brat? Tang Yun didn't think that Wei would come out and hear her. She was embarrassed. Hurry up and go back. Oh. I get it. Hitting is affection, scolding is love. Dan always says that too. Wei nodded in realization. Tang Yun was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Wei happily went back with Dan. Mrs. Tang had already promised them that she would go get the money for them the next morning. Wei, naturally, pushed the matter of selling his kidney away. In a villa on the outskirts of Songshan City, a man with tattoos all over his body received a phone call. He ran to a young man. Bro, we agreed to sell our kidneys, but that kid went back on his words. What? He went back on his words. The young man called Bro frowned. What are you doing? You can't even do such a simple thing. If the fire wolf gang gets angry, even my father won't be able to bear the consequences. The supply of kidneys has decreased a lot recently. If this continues, my brother's supply will far surpass us. Bro, I don't want to either. But no one is selling their kidneys anymore. People are smarter now. They won't sell their kidneys unless they need money. The tattooed man explained carefully. Are you stupid? How many kidneys could there be in such a scattered manner? When I was studying abroad, I saw a large-scale kidney trafficking organization there. If no one is selling, why don't you find someone else to do it? Bro scolded. Bro, isn't this a bit too cruel? If we get targeted by the police, we'll be in big trouble. The tattooed man was shocked when he heard Bro's suggestion. Even when Bro was here, he didn't dare to be this reckless. Bro, your ass. My Bro is in charge now. Don't talk about my brother all the time. Bro sneered. If he didn't trick people to sell their kidneys on a large scale, would the supply of kidneys in Songsan be so tight now? Yes. Yes. The tattooed man accidentally blurted it out. He then remembered that although Brother De and Brother Wen were biological brothers, they were in a competitive relationship. If you're afraid of the police, why don't you catch those beggars and homeless people? As long as they don't die, no one will care. Bro said in disdain. Who's the underground boss of Songsan? Contact him, I'll pay him a visit. The underground boss of Songsan is Li Zihua, but he doesn't make the decisions. His boss is in the provincial capital. I don't know who he is, but I heard that he's quite powerful. The tattooed man introduced. Bro, are you going to visit him tonight? Chapter 346. An uninvited guest, yes. The tattooed guy nodded respectfully. Bro, where are you going tonight? Can I give you a ride? No need, I have some private stuff to do today. Bro waved his hand. Don't follow me. Yes, Bro. I'll get you a car then. The tattooed guy asked carefully. Well, drive that Ferrari sports car out for me. Brother Wen ordered. Tonight, however, there was an uninvited guest in Mengyao's villa. The doorbell rang, and it was Mengyao, who was upstairs lecturing Yushu. She was very displeased with Yushu for running around naked in the house. Shu, you're 19 already, you can't do that anymore. Do you understand? I understand, Yao Yao. Yushu nodded with a smile. Look at you, you're all smiles whenever I talk about you, but in the end, that big bad guy Lin Yi has it easy. Mengyao glared at Lin Yi. Be careful not to let him take nude photos of you. Let's see what you'll do then. Oh. Yao Yao, someone's ringing the doorbell downstairs. Should we go take a look? Yushu changed the topic again. What's there to look at? There's Lin Yi running errands for us, what's the rush? Mengyao didn't think much of it. Oh. It must be Faubert delivering food. I'm hungry, let's go downstairs. Yushu held her stomach, looking like she was about to faint. I'm starving. Mengyao shook her head and pulled Yushu downstairs. Lin Yi heard someone ringing the doorbell, so he walked out of his room to open the door. He paused when he reached the yard, because it wasn't Faubert, nor was it someone he knew. It was that Jiang Wen he met at the theme park the other day. Jiang Wen. Lin Yi blinked. Why was he here? Jiang Wen, on the other hand, saw that it was Lin Yi who'd come out to open the door. He was at Mingyao's house. This gave Jiang Wen a bad premonition. He and Mengyao had progressed to the point where they were living together. And in Mingyao's villa. Did Pingzhan know about all of this? On the surface, however, Jiang Wen was still smiling warmly. He wouldn't reveal his true feelings. Oh. Isn't this Mr. Lin Yi? What a coincidence, you're here too. I live here. Lin Yi glanced at him and said faintly. How could Lin Yi not hear this guy's probing tone? What a coincidence. As expected, Jiang Wen's expression froze. He already had a bad feeling about this, but he was still hoping for luck. Now, he was absolutely certain that Lin Yi lived here. Jiang Wen clenched his fists. He'd only been abroad for 3 years, and someone else was already there. The former 4 young masters of Pine Mountain had been stolen just like that. Ha, so you're living with Yao Yao now, Mr. Lin. Jiang Wen felt like his heart was bleeding. Even if he won against Lin Yi, he'd still be marrying a second-hand woman. Are you here to check on me? Lin Yi frowned. Why did this guy have so much to say? What do you want? It's like this. You and Yao Yao saved me that day, so I came to thank you. Jiang Wen forced down the unhappiness in his heart and smiled as he raised the gift in his hand to Lin Yi. Look, I still have something. Let me in first. Lin Yi smiled coldly in his heart. Thank you. You probably didn't even know I lived here a minute ago. What are you thanking me for? You're here to pick up girls, so why are you being so fake? But Lin Yi didn't expose him. What the guy was here for didn't have much to do with him. Lin Yi opened the door and let Jiang Wen in. I wonder if Mr. Chu is home. Jiang Wen asked again after entering the room. Who are you here for? Lin Yi looked at Jiang Wen with disdain. Uncle Chu doesn't live here. Go to the company if you're looking for him. Oh. He doesn't live here anymore. Jiang Wen really did want to ask where Pingzhan was. After all, Pingzhan used to live with Meng Yao before he left the country. Lin Yi ignored him and entered the villa first, letting Jiang Wen follow him. As for the gift in Jiang Wen's hand, Lin Yi wasn't in the mood to take it. It didn't matter who it was for. Meng Yao and Yushu had come downstairs by now, surprised to see Jiang Wen behind Lin Yi. Jiang Wen bro, why are you here? Meng Yao didn't like Jiang Wen very much. Jiang Wen didn't feel like the boy next door anymore. There was an indescribable dark aura around him that made Meng Yao uncomfortable. I really have to thank you and Mr. Lin at the theme park last time. I'm here to thank you. Jiang Wen said with a smile as he placed the gift on the coffee table in the living room. It was all foreign nourishment products, and it didn't look like something for young people. Lin Yi guessed that this guy might be here to visit Pingzhan, but Pingzhan didn't live here anymore. Jiang Wen bro, when did you become so fake? You wouldn't have done this before. Meng Yao said faintly. She felt that the distance between her and Jiang Wen was getting bigger and bigger. They weren't like siblings anymore. You're telling me that you're going to do nothing if I'm sick? That's because I'm too old-fashioned. Jiang Wen felt that he hadn't thought things through. He didn't even know where Pingzhan lived before coming here. These things weren't suitable for Meng Yao, but it was even more inappropriate to take them back. But these are things I brought back from abroad. It's fresh. Oh. Yao Yao, these things are worth a lot, right? Why don't we sell them? Yushu asked curiously as she looked at the gifts on the coffee table. Shoo. Meng Yao glared at her. Even if you didn't like Jiang Wen, you still had to give him some face, right? Jiang Wen's mouth twitched. He was completely helpless against Yushu. He couldn't piss her off, and she was Meng Yao's best friend. He didn't dare piss her off. Hee hee. Yushu giggled, ignoring Jiang Wen as she turned on the TV. The atmosphere in the villa turned cold all of a sudden. You guys talk, I'm going back to my room. Lin Yi stood up and walked to his room. Talking to this Jiang Wen was a waste of time. Chapter 347. Image collapse. Lin Yi really wanted to yell at him. What the hell did it have to do with you where I lived? But this was Meng Yao's villa, and Lin Yi gave the miss some face. He looked at Jiang Wen and ignored him. Meng Yao, naturally, knew what Jiang Wen wanted to know, but couldn't be bothered to answer the question. But Jiang Wen, evidently, didn't have any self-awareness. He continued asking after Lin Yi didn't reply. Yao Yao, don't you guys sleep together at night? Meng Yao frowned, but Yushu spoke up first. I sleep with Yao Yao. Jiang Wen almost teared up at Yushu's words. He wanted to say, good person, really good person. Shu, Jiang Wen bro has known you for so many years, and you've finally said something that makes Jiang Wen bro happy. You're just too good. Jiang Wen knew that his questions were a bit inappropriate, but he had to understand the relationship between Lin Yi and Meng Yao. This was related to his love, after all. He couldn't be careless. So you're saying that Mr. Lin isn't your boyfriend? Jiang Wen could see something from Meng Yao's attitude towards Lin Yi. He felt that Lin Yi didn't seem like Meng Yao's boyfriend at all. Meng Yao frowned. Jiang Wen bro, what do you want to know? Meng Yao was getting annoyed as well. Wasn't he just trying to confirm her relationship with Lin Yi? Then I'll just tell him and let him leave as soon as he understands. Didn't Shu tell you very clearly last time? The more Meng Yao said, the more confused Jiang Wen got. Where did this Lin Yi come from? Was he really Meng Yao's boyfriend or not? To be honest, Jiang Wen didn't really believe Yushu's words. After all, the girl didn't even bat an eyelid when it came to lying. She said something about bodyguard and shield last time, and that had a lot of different meanings. Jiang Wen didn't have the time to think about it last time at the theme park restaurant, but the way Meng Yao and Lin Yi looked at each other and didn't seem like a couple at all. So, Yushu was saying that Lin Yi was just Meng Yao's bodyguard. Or was it a shield to drive away those suitors? The more Jiang Wen thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. He wanted to pay a visit and get some information from Pengzhan, but Pengzhan wasn't here. He could only start from the person in question. I'm just asking casually. I don't have any other intentions. I'm just helping you check on him. Jiang Wen smiled. You're my lil sis, of course I'll help you take a look at your boyfriend. Oh, then take a look. Meng Yao was very annoyed. Jiang Wen hadn't been this annoying before, so why was he so impatient after coming back from abroad? Meng Yao could feel that Jiang Wen had feelings for her before, but Jiang Wen had never been this impatient before. Of course, Meng Yao misunderstood Jiang Wen. Jiang Wen was impatient because he saw his love rival. There weren't any suitors around Meng Yao that could be a rival, so Jiang Wen wasn't impatient at all. He thought that Meng Yao would be his sooner or later, and it didn't matter if it was sooner or later. But now, it was different. Lin Yi's appearance had completely messed up Jiang Wen's plans. He couldn't help but panic. From the looks of it, Lin Yi and Meng Yao didn't have a deep relationship yet. If he didn't panic now, wouldn't he be giving up? Alright. If that's the case, I'll invite Mr. Lin Yi out for dinner tomorrow night. I want to thank him for saving my life, and I also want to help you check on him. Jiang Wen said. Yao Yao, what do you think? Give your guy a break. He can go if he wants, what does it have to do with me? Meng Yao said nonchalantly. Alright, I'll go talk to him. Jiang Wen heard Meng Yao's words and felt relieved. Meng Yao didn't care about Lin Yi at all. It meant that the two weren't as close as he thought. With that, Jiang Wen stood up and walked towards Lin Yi's room. He knocked on the door, and Lin Yi opened it to see Jiang Wen. What do you need? It's like this. Are you free tomorrow night? I'll treat you to dinner to express my gratitude. Jiang Wen smiled as he patted Lin Yi's shoulder. What do you think, Mr. Lin? Do me the honor. You're treating me to dinner. Lin Yi looked at Jiang Wen like he was an idiot. Do you have too much money to burn? I'm not going. Jiang Wen was a little embarrassed by Lin Yi's words. Mr. Lin, Yao Yao agreed to it. Are you saying that because you're afraid that she won't? That was what he said, but Jiang Wen was feeling a little disdainful inside. Who the hell was this guy? Trying to steal Meng Yao from me. If I don't show you what I'm capable of, you country bumpkin wouldn't know your place. Oh. The miss agreed. Lin Yi paused and looked at Meng Yao. She nodded at him. Lin Yi had no choice but to say, all right, tomorrow then. Where are we eating? Meng Yao actually didn't want Lin Yi to eat with Jiang Wen. Whether they ate or not had nothing to do with Meng Yao. The problem was that she was really annoyed with Jiang Wen. He kept asking questions in front of her. She might as well let him ask Lin Yi tomorrow. She needed to leave as soon as possible. She still needed to rest. Tomorrow night at 6, I'll wait for you here on time. We'll decide on the location tomorrow. Jiang Wen was even more confused. This Lin Yi didn't seem like someone who took orders from others. Why did he agree without a second thought when Meng Yao asked him to go? Could it be that this guy was really just a bodyguard and not Meng Yao's boyfriend? At that thought, Jiang Wen felt that it was very possible. Yushu's words couldn't be trusted, and Lin Yi might really have nothing to do with Meng Yao. Oh, okay. Lin Yi nodded. If this guy wanted to treat, then so be it. He'd eat his way out of the house tomorrow. How about I bring a brother with me? Sure, no problem. Jiang Wen nodded, agreeing to it. After getting Lin Yi's answer, Jiang Wen was satisfied. Meng Yao, on the other hand, had to walk him to the door out of politeness. She sighed in relief after Jiang Wen left. You're asking me to eat with him tomorrow? Lin Yi asked. He felt that Meng Yao was acting a little strange. Chapter 348. Just who was her brother? Jiang Wen was making Meng Yao feel really bored and confused right now. Who was Lin Yi? That was her personal business. What did it have to do with him? Checking up on her. Did she need him checking up on her? Geez, I thought you had some ulterior motive for asking me to eat with him. Lin Yi was a little speechless. I shouldn't have said yes if I'd known. Well, it's fine. You go teach him a lesson tomorrow, he's been an eyesore for a long time now. Yushu raised her fist. He's nothing much, but he's so cocky, thinking that the Songhan young master title's something. Isn't he just picking the biggest one out of the bunch? Shoo, your brother's the head of the Songhan young masters. Meng Yao said as she looked at Yushu, speechless. My brother. I don't think he's as strong as Shield Bro, he can't even handle that Lingshan girl. One word from Shield Bro and that Song girl's so obedient. Yushu said excitedly at the mention of Lingshan. Shoo, why do I get the feeling that Yutian isn't your real brother, but Lin Yi is? Meng Yao frowned, her best friend couldn't have fallen for Lin Yi, could she? She was talking about Lin Yi every time she opened her mouth, getting touched, kissed, and hugged by him, and she didn't feel any disgust towards him at all. Was Shu falling for him? Hee. Of course he's my real brother. I admire him a lot, but he's just too weak in front of women. Wouldn't Song Girl give in to him if he were a little tougher? Yushu said with a smile, not caring at all. Shu, you're a girl too. Do you want to be a strict husband in the future? Or do you have masochistic tendencies? Meng Yao said. She was a girl, but she was speaking up for a man. What kind of logic was that? Yao, I just want Shield Bro to break that Jiang Wen spirit tomorrow. Yushu said. Oh, I misspoke, Jiang Wen Bro. Lin Yi ignored the two girls and yawned before going back to his room to sleep. Shield Bro, I support you. I'll wait for your good news tomorrow night. Yushu called out. Shu, you know Jiang Wen's family background. You're just causing trouble for Lin Yi. Meng Yao frowned helplessly. He's not Zhongping Liang, not someone Lin Yi can deal with easily. What if something happens to Lin Yi if you drag him into this? Meng Yao may have been indifferent towards Lin Yi on the surface, even a little disgusted, but she wasn't an unreasonable person. Plus, she didn't hate Lin Yi living in this house anymore. Naturally, she wouldn't cause trouble for him. Although her father had kept it a secret from her and didn't tell her what Lin Yi had been up to these past 2 days, she still knew a little about the crisis her father was facing. Lin Yi had solved it all quietly, so how could she cause more trouble for him? Hee, Yao Yao, are you worried? Yushu's eyebrows and eyes turned into crescents as she smiled at Meng Yao. My heart aches. Why would I? Meng Yao humphed. He's our follower, and now that he's pissed off Jiang Wen, of course we'll have to protect him when Jiang Wen comes looking for trouble. So if you let him go looking for trouble, you'll be looking for trouble for us. Oh, it's fine. I'll deal with Jiang Wen bro next time. Yushu took it all on. She was quite good at dealing with Jiang Wen. Alright, let's go to sleep. Meng Yao yawned as well. It was already past 10, and Jiang Wen had been dawdling for more than an hour. Meng Yao was tired to death. The next day, when Lin Yi saw Kong Xiaobo, the kid was overjoyed. Boss, you're back. I was afraid that you wouldn't make it to my second grandpa's birthday party. I won't, I said 2 days, so it's 2 days. It's only Thursday, there's still a few days left. Right, is it Saturday or Sunday? Lin Yi asked. Sunday, but it's not in the city. We'll leave early on Saturday. My second grandpa's house is in Donghai, Kong Xiaobo said. Alright, we'll leave Saturday afternoon then. Lin Yi nodded. Right, how's fun? She can leave the hospital now. Her body was too weak due to malnutrition. I'm going to get her discharged this afternoon. Kong Xiaobo said. My parents are coming with me on Saturday, and I don't know how to tell them about fun. I don't know if they'll accept it, I don't think that's important. What's important is what you think. Lin Yi waved his hand. Xiaobo, do you really like fun? Tell me the truth. Kong Xiaobo hesitated. Nonsense, why would I ask you if you don't tell me the truth? Lin Yi glared at him. To be honest, when I first saw her picture, I was just moved. After all, it's normal to want to pursue a beautiful girl. Kong Xiaobo scratched his head in embarrassment. Just like how I used to like Tang Yun, Chu Mengyao, and Qin Yushu. But I know that it's just a fantasy. None of them will like me. If it wasn't for you, Tang Yun might not even recognize me now. I liked fun. At first, I sympathized with her because she's too pitiful and lovable. So, I couldn't help but want to give her more care and love. It's just that after a long time, I went to the hospital every day to accompany her, talk to her, and eat with her. I gradually got used to this feeling. If I don't see her for a day, I'll miss her. I think I can confirm that I like her. Do you like her or love her? Lin Yi asked. Is there a difference? Kong Xiaobo shook his head blankly. Maybe there's a difference. Lin Yi sighed. He used to like a girl, the kind that he liked very much. She was Xiaoning. People say that you can sacrifice anything for love. So, Lin Yi sometimes thought that his feelings for Xiaoning couldn't be considered love. But if it wasn't love, why would he always think of her? Was it the rules of the industry that restricted him? He had to abide by his professional ethics, or he didn't have the courage to take that step. Maybe it was both. Or, he couldn't give Xiaoning the life she wanted. At least, he couldn't give it back then. But now... Lin Yi shook his head. Although he knew that escaping wasn't the solution, he had chosen to escape all these years. It was even more impossible for Lin Yi to take that step.